I think we'll wait another minute or two to so those who are a little late can still join us. Anyway, thank you all for coming. And just check the time. 104, all right. Okay, well, I think we can start then. Bob? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, welcome to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and the Conference on Totalitarianism, which marks actually the 70th anniversary of the first major academic conference on this subject, which was held in Boston in 1953, in the wake, of course, of the Second World War, and at a time when the Korean War was still being fought. At that time, the phenomenon of totalitarianism was relatively novel. It had, in the 20th century, claimed, if we include both Nazism and communism, well over 100 million innocent lives. And that doesn't include the number of fates that were destroyed as a result of the ravages of totalitarianism. Those who came together in 1953 thought it was necessary to conceptualize and give a kind of lasting definition for this phenomenon that had overwhelmed the political life of Europe and the rest of the world, and appeared almost out of nowhere in the early 20th century. The people who were at that conference were outstanding. They included Zbigniew Brzezinski, who is one of the founders of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and others. And the issue that existed at that time, that was the primary issue, was, are Nazism and communism really at root the same phenomenon? And those who participated in the conference came to the conclusion, despite a lot of political resistance, that indeed they are. There are two classic definitions of totalitarianism that emerged. One is the definition that was suggested by Hannah Arendt in her book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, that totalitarianism is the combination of ideology and terror, the use of total terror to impose on a helpless population a false ideology. A second definition by Brzezinski and Karl Friedrichs was very, very similar, but it differed insofar as it also enumerated a number of political characteristics. For example, the existence of a mass political party. But in essence, it was also a description of a regime based on ideology and terror. Well, in the subsequent years, that definition, once so controversial, is largely accepted. It's now assumed that the ideologies can be different, but the mechanism of imposing a false view of reality on a helpless population through total terror is basically the same, and it produces very similar phenomena. But now we have, 70 years later, other intellectual challenges connected with the concept of totalitarianism. What do we say about the regimes that were totalitarian and are, in some respects, post-totalitarianism? Or indeed, are they post-totalitarianism? Are they post-totalitarian? After all, not every authoritarian, vicious, murderous regime is totalitarian. Totalitarianism is a special phenomenon. To discuss this question, we have three panelists who bring truly outstanding credentials to this discussion, and we're going to start shortly. I would like to begin by introducing them. Ambassador Martin Polish has arrived from Miami. He is a doctor he has a PhD in international law. He's a senior fellow and director of the Václav Havel Program for Human Rights and Democracy at the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs at Florida International University. He's also president of the International Platform for Human Rights in Cuba. He is one of the original signatories of Charter 77 and was its spokesperson in 1986, participated in the creation of Civic Forum during the Velvet Revolution. After the fall of communism, he was a member of parliament, deputy minister for foreign affairs, and ambassador of the Czech Republic to the United States. Our second speaker, who I'm very glad to see here, I met him in Miami, and we're glad to see him again, is Orlando Gutierrez Boranat. He's born in Havana in 1965, holds a PhD in the philosophy of international studies from the University of Miami, and graduate and undergraduate degrees from Florida International University. He's been an invited lecturer on political theory at the Global Leadership Program of Georgetown University, has worked as a professor of history and political science at institutions of higher learning for the past 20 years. 6 of his books have been published, and his articles have appeared in prominent publications in the US and abroad. His latest book, Cuba, The Doctrine of the Lie, has been among the top sellers in the Amazon section of books on Cuba. He's also co-founder and spokesman of the Cuban Democratic Directorio, one of the most prestigious organizations in the struggle for democracy in Cuba. And finally, my longtime friend, I'm proud to say, Vladimir Tismanianu, who I have personally known and worked with for many years, outstanding expert on communism in Romania, professor at the University of Maryland, College Park, specialist in political systems and comparative politics. He is director of the University of Maryland Center for the Study of Post-Communist Societies, having served as chairman of the editorial committee and editor of the East European Politics and Societies Academic Review. He's also worked with international radio stations, Radio Free Europe and Deutsche Welle, and authored programs for the Romanian television company. As of 2009, he's an academic council chairman of the Institute for People's Studies, a think tank of the Romanian Democratic Liberal Party. Between February 2010 and May 2012, he was also president of the Scientific Council of the Institute for the Investigation of Communist Crimes in Romania. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the panelists to join us. We're going to have, in the interest of time, we want to remind everyone that each speaker will speak for 10 minutes. And the goal is for those of you in the audience to join us in a kind of serious interactive discussion of the major issues that we are about to address. I think I'm going to ask Vladimir, come on. You get past, all right, I'm blocking your way. Come on. All right. Good. Okay, one moment. And we will begin. I'm going to ask Martin Polish to, hold on. I'm going to ask Martin Polish to make the first remarks. Martin.
Thank you very much. I understand that serious limitation, but I need to start. I need to start by.
All right, speak into the mic.
Okay, by describing how we have got here. I wrote a text reminding readers of the 70th anniversary of the conference mentioned by David taking place in Boston in 1953, that it would be a good time now to look at the ideas and discussions 70 years back and confront it with our knowledge that we have acquired in between, and obviously changed historical experience and perspectives. Then Don came with another idea that it would be good to combine it with the exhibition, which is in the next room, which means Václav Havel's contributions to this discussion. So I know that I need to make a long story very short. So I would like to first create a basic context of a discussion, and then we'll fully focus on one small, but I think significant contribution to this debate by Václav Havel. So first of all, just let everybody know, totalitarianism is perceived as a new form of autocracy, autocratic government that emerged only in the 20th century. The term itself was not invented by its opponents, but by followers inspired by totalitarianism, Italian term. And Benito Mussolini is very often quoted, all within the state, nothing outside the state, none against the state. So the basic issue was the Mussolini's disagreement with the liberal concept of state that gives a lot of space to private liberties of individuals that very often dream about small states. So the discussion started with this front, and then there were experiences, German experience, then both totalitarian regimes, first Soviet Union's Leninist version, then Stalinism, and German story, and so on and so forth. So when this conference was taking place and definition was suggested, obviously, communism, Nazism, two varieties of the same species, and there were 6 basic traits defined as characteristics. But we need to take into consideration political context too. German Nazism was already defeated, but Grand Coalition that was in charge of that military global operation was finished. So Stalin was out of sudden perceived as a major opponent and proponent of totalitarianism. And in this context, it was the 53, which means beginning of the Cold War. And I will just quote a short quote from the introductory speech by George Kennan. we have come together here to discuss a phenomenon of our time that has brought the deepest possible misery to untold millions of our contemporaries, which has demeaned humanity to its outside, attacked man's confidence in himself, made him realize that he can be his own most terrible and dangerous enemy, more bestial than the beasts, more cruel than nature. Cannot speak here as an academic, as a philosopher, thinker, or as a representative of certain school of thought working for US government. So I think that this needs to be taken in consideration. We have always political and, let's say, philosophical perspectives. We have the same problem even today. We cannot separate politics from the discussion, but we don't want that geopolitics has a major word here. So now I need to rush to Václav Havel. Václav Havel's contribution is very specific. It is based on his own experience in a small, middle-sized Central European country. And in a couple of his essays, they are quoted here in the next room. He tried to compare in his life experience with Stalinism of the 1950s, Stalinism in Czechoslovakia, and the normalization regime of Dr. Husak in the 1970s. Obviously, revolutionary times of Stalinism with processes, tortures, and executions, and many people in jails. The 70s was a different period of time. It was a time when satellized Czechoslovakia got a lesson that it could not go its own way, and normalization tried to manipulate with people with with minimalistic use of force, and try to push them to coordinate themselves with the situation. Václav Havel first was using the term post-totalitarianism, but then he realized that it would be perceived that it is not totalitarian anymore. So then he started to use late, advanced totalitarianism, and even in harmony with the thinking of Hannah Arendt, he would be saying that only then the very nature or substance of totalitarianism emerged. Hannah Arendt, when she remembers how it was asked in German television or radio, 1964, how did she feel when Hitler got to power? And she said, we knew what Hitler and his people were about. What was surprising was not what our enemies did, but what our friends did. How quickly they got coordinated themselves with the situation, how quickly they got trapped in a totalitarian phenomena. So I need to, I still have, I think, 3 minutes, almost end up here. But what I would like to say is that now we need really to think about totalitarianism, not only as a matter of the past. I find that this discussion, which regime is totalitarian enough to be called totalitarian, slightly misleading. Hannah Arendt published her famous book, but then she also made her own experience, and more facts were available in the course of years. So in her essays, Difficulties of Understanding, she stresses the one most important thing. When we want to think about totalitarianism, we have to understand the difficulties of understanding first. How it is challenging not to coordinate oneself with such a situation. And let me to quote, final point, from Vasily Grossman, great Jewish Russian author, then was lucky enough not to be sent to Gulag, but he was banned. And his books were published first, I think, in Switzerland with the help of people like Sakharov. And in his famous novel, Life and Fate, he describes conversation between the chief of the Nazi concentration camp and old Bolshevik. And the chief of the Nazi concentration camp says, if you win, we will live in your victory. I think that this is a statement Havel then suggests in his perspective, who wants to fight totalitarianism, he first needs to evict it from his her own soul, which means just to be able to think and to be able to have a dialogue. And Arendt once said, if we want to live and be at home in this century, it was the 20th century or 21st, but the situation is the same, we need to be able to coordinate in interminable dialogue with the essence of totalitarianism. So my question to other panelists is what this dialogue is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. And I think I'm going to ask Vladimir, can you
respond to
respond and give your own views on this important subject?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks, Martin, for saying of me for this event, and I'll try to share with you some of the my thoughts, which are linked to exactly what Martin presented. When Martin sent the as disciplined as you are, okay, and I'll put my watch here. So I have 10 minutes.
Don't
right?
worry, I'm going. You don't have to worry about that. If you,
Okay.
I'll,
You take the responsibility.
yeah, that's
okay?
mine. That's for me to do.
Okay, so yeah, so he mentioned this event in June 1953. That was 2 years after Arendt published her Origins. And the first review of the Origins came out in Commentary magazine in late 51. I have exactly the date, and it was written by one of the most prominent New York intellectuals, Dwight MacDonald. So that Hannah Arendt established a very close relationship, and she used to write for the magazine Politics, small case that Dwight MacDonald had. Okay, so this was an important concept. I wouldn't say conceptual revolution, but really a conceptual breakthrough. But it was what Arendt did. She managed to bring into the discussion a lot of ideas which had been circulating in the anti-communist and anti-fascist literature. Yes, Mussolini came with the entry into the Encyclopedia Britannica, with fascism, statism. But at the same time, some of the most interesting and most insightful approaches to totalitarianism came from a number of German emigres. One of the German emigres is actually the author of the co-author of Dr. Brzezinski of the classical definition of 1953, Carl J. Friedrich. Carl J. Friedrich was also one of the I know it so well because I was on a committee, on a dissertation committee at Maryland, and it was about the writing of the German Constitution in the aftermath of World War II. Most of the scholars that played a significant role in the writing of the German Constitution were refugees from the Nazi regime. Okay, so that was a very important element, and that brought into the story something which is fundamental. And until Russia is going to have such an article as Article 1 of the Russian Constitution, I don't expect much progress to be made. The first article is about the most important human right, which is the right to dignity. That's the first one. You go later into all the details, I don't know how many hundreds of pages the Constitution has, but this is absolutely fundamental. And then what is totalitarianism? To respond to that, these people knew what the lack of dignity means. That brought somebody who was not necessarily a fan of Hannah Arendt, but she developed her own theory, Judith Clark. Judith Clark contributed to the theory of liberalism of fear. The liberalism of those who know what is happening to the human being when liberal values are trampled. It's a liberalism, it's a kind of defensive liberalism. But if need be, it needs to be offensive, and this is what happened to the concept of totalitarianism, which was weaponized basically during the Cold War by different sides. There's a whole literature, I'm not going to go. So let me go into what I wrote for this event, and I'll be delighted to further address the issues brought up by Martin and by my distinguished colleague here. Okay, so totalitarianism, first of all, for me, is a refusal of reality. And if you want to pay tribute to Havel, it's, I would emphasize the subversive force of living in truth. it's not only Havel. I mean, I can go into a whole list, but the first I would mention here, and I think it's very appropriate to mention, would be Charter 2008 in China, Liu Xiaobo. It's basically the search for human dignity that we talk about. So when people ask me, what is a totalitarian regime? A totalitarian regime is a regime that programmatically humiliates the individual. Okay, so it's very simple, and destroys what, to quote a very famous Polish poet, Alexander Watt, in his conversations with Czesław Miłosz, it destroys the inner man. Okay, so the man who can make the most important decisions to distinguish between what is good and what is evil. That's the totalitarianism abolishes this capacity of the human being to make this distinction. In the Life of the Mind, Hannah Arendt has 2 or 3 pages, which are about, let's call them, moral idiocy. The totalitarian mind is not intellectually idiotic, but it's morally idiotic. Okay, simply it abolishes the distinction between what is good and what is evil. In this respect, all the criticisms of her approach to Eichmann in Jerusalem, notwithstanding, she was fundamentally right. Not about Eichmann as a person. It turns out that he was much more ideologically motivated than Arendt suspected. And there's a whole book by Stagnant now about Eichmann's deep ideological, metaphysical, if you want, anti-Semitism, which Arendt considered to be basically a facade. Okay, no, it was very deep. But this being said, let me tell you, okay, so we are at the age at this moment, and we have discussions, and I mentioned this to Martin before, at the age of a new ideological threat to the values of Western civilization. Coming here this morning, what I reread, I read a lecture by Leo Strauss. In 1941, he spoke at the New School for Social Research. And delivered a very, very interesting, it's in a volume edited by last name, okay, which is about totalitarianism and so on. It's a very, very good volume. And so I gave endorsement. I forgot the first name, William, I think. Okay, so the name doesn't matter. So basically he said that nihilism, which is the substance of totalitarianism, nihilism, the speech by Leo Strauss was about on German nihilism. Okay, the nihilism is a rejection of modern civilization understood as a moral undertaking, and of all the Western civilization, primarily the Anglo-Saxon one. 2 words were italicized by Leo Strauss at that moment. One was moral, and one was Anglo-Saxon. Okay, so not any modern civilization, but basically Anglo-Saxon with its emphasis on moral values. Now we are at the moment of Russism. No, okay. So this is a new version of totalitarian ideology. It's it's not farcical. I would be tempted to play cheap and to go back to the famous Marx dictum: first time tragedy, second time farce. There's nothing farcical here. It's genocide, and genocide is never farcical. Okay, so there's nothing comical in the whole story. Ukrainians have something that I admire a lot, which is their extraordinary sense of humor. No matter, no surprise, therefore, that they voted a comedian as president. That already shows a great sense of humor. Okay, so they have survived with lots of humor, including the story of the tractor and all the other things coming from Ukraine. Okay. Havel's, and I'll be ready to finish in about 3 to 4 minutes. The concept of totalitarianism, in my view, to respond to Martin's question, is not obsolete. It organizes our knowledge and highlights further steps in our research agenda. If a concept organizes one's knowledge, it's already useful. Okay, so that's Okay, notice that I've not introduced here any ideological element so far. Okay, for instance, thinking of the relation between consensus, complicity, and coercion in Putinism. The concept needs updating, to be sure, and so did Brzezinski and so did Arendt. Arendt, after all, wrote a whole essay which became the afterword to the origins. It's about the Hungarian Revolution, which was not inside the original model, that from the profundity, okay, from the depth of the totalitarian order, a big eruption of disorder could happen. That's such a thing that had not been anticipated. Okay, Havel's writings. Okay, Havel's life and writings remain a source of moral energy and political hope. Believe me, I've been teaching, and I mentioned this to Bruce Weinrod, and I mentioned probably to Martin. I've been teaching at Maryland since 1990, and before the 5 years at the University of Pennsylvania. I've never, so basically I speak about thousands of students that I dealt with, and I've always used Havel's, Parable of the Greengrocer, and so on in my lectures and my seminars. Believe me, it is immensely appealing to young Americans. I don't know how appealing it is to young Romanians and young Czechs. This is to be debated. But here, in the search for moral meanings, Havel is very popular. I have students who sent me, without you, I would not have known. This is generation what, Z or Z, whatever. This is a generation that 20. Okay, so Havel passed away in 2008 or 11. Okay, so they were at that moment, what, 8 or 9? Okay, they don't know what the Berlin Wall was. One needs to recreate all the time the story, but they are absorbing the story, and that's immensely important. Okay, so the concept of totalitarianism was articulated by intellectuals trying to make sense of the systems born out of Bolshevik, fascist, and Nazi revolutions. Now, okay, some personal thing, and I'll finish. This was a bio which stopped as if I had passed away in 2010. It's not your fault, David. You know that I didn't pass away in 2010.
No, I didn't write the bio.
I know.
I didn't read that part.
Yes. Okay, but no. In 2006, I served as chairman of something called the Presidential Commission for the Analysis of the Communist Dictatorship in Romania. One day, I can assure you, there will be such a commission in Cuba. There will be. I know for sure. I was skeptical about the same. And I can, if you want to have a look into that, there's a book published by Cambridge University Press, Confronting the Past, what it means, because it's been, I consider, the final report of our commission, which was publicly recognized, acknowledged, and accepted. 666 pages. Our enemy said, oh, this is a number of devil. Okay, so we didn't calculate to have 666. It so happened to have 6. Okay, but President Traian, then President Traian was Romania in front of the parliament, the Romanian parliament, being booed and so on. We invited Havel, he couldn't come, but there was.
Vladimir, I think let's get into the Romanian experience in more detail in the questions.
No,
I think we want to move on. We're you have I think we want to can you just wrap up your
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
The introduction to the report was basically constructed on the totalitarian model. So in addition to having let's say organizing power in terms of our epistemic skills, it has a direct practical meaning. People who want to make sense of what happened in Cuba under Fidel, Raúl, and whoever else, they will go into the concept of totalitarianism. They are not skeptical about this, or at least those I know. Okay, with this.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. And Orlando, can you?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Ambassador Martin Palouche and the Victims of Communism Foundation and Florida International University for this invitation to participate in this conference. I'm very honored by it. I want to divide my remarks in 2 sections. Number 1, some ideas and some suggestions about what totalitarianism means. And number 2, a bit about resistance to totalitarianism. First of all, taking into account what Martin Palouche and my colleague and Let have proposed, I want to get away from historical experience and go towards the philosophical basis of totalitarianism. I propose that totalitarianism is a set of ideas without intrinsic value, and I'll get into what I mean by without intrinsic value, that infest certain types of nations at certain key phases of their history. What I mean by without intrinsic value is that the ideas which are the core of totalitarianism do not constitute an affirmation of reality in and of themselves. They're not self-standing. Instead, they owe their definition to a negation of affirmation. And it has a lot to do with totalitarian semantics. And again, my remarks are centered more than anything else on the experience of totalitarianism in Latin America, especially in Cuba, where I'm from. But in terms of semantic, it's the use of words to reduce the range of social experience that the person can use to counter the negation that is being introduced. These counter concepts are the opposite of values. They adapt to whatever is stated in a mirror-like way so as to strengthen the hold over the imagination of the person speaking. And I've encountered many times the experience of people formed in the West who go to a negotiation or go to a confrontation with communists, be it from China to Cuba, and they keep on repeating something they often say is, well, they turn things around in a way that you feel guilty about what you proposed. That is not accidental, that is deliberate. It's part of the thinking of totalitarianism and how it adapts as a parasite to the ideas proposed or to the ideas which establish the underlying order. At its core, totalitarianism rejects the very concept of values, the very concept of a transcendent truth. Fidel Castro himself went on about this, how he did not believe the words had any meaning beyond the immediate experience of power. These ideologies do not have an ontological ordering. They don't have a basic ontological ordering because the premise of all totalitarianisms is chaos. Will and power are seen as the instruments, the dogma that fills the void of chaos. The very substance of reality is, for the totalitarian mindset, the substance of mankind is something you can twist and change and redo because it is not self-standing. And from Lenin to Mao to Guevara to Dugin, there's the same underlying worship of chaos, the worship of madness. Since totalitarianism understands that reality can be shifted, can be adapted, can be broken, can be redone, the shape, the ultimate configuration of the totalitarian regime depends on how it takes power, because it continues to shift and mutate till it achieves what it wants. Power with his first attempt, with the coup, his rule would have been far different than the challenge that came to power through elections. With absolute power, Venezuela would have been plunged immediately into a bloodbath of totalitarianism. But he was stopped in his first attempt at power. Reality is ultimately malleable for totalitarians because they believe the human soul, the individual, is infinitely inferior to state power. What's more, totalitarians believe, as Guevara wrote extensively on, that a new type of human existence will be created through unbridled state power. And this new type of existence they call the mass man or the mass formation. What's more, the possibility within any nation of developing this type of unbridled state power, believe that totalitarian ideologues, begins to forge the mass man. There is no totalitarian state without the masses. There is no totalitarian state without war declared against the individual. For example, in Cuba, as soon as the Constitution of 1940 equated the state with the nation, the first time a Cuban Constitution had done so, the totalitarian movements began to better define themselves. The Cuban Communist Party, and it's interesting you were mentioning nihilism, a nihilistic gang known as the Insurrectional Revolutionary Union, of which Fidel Castro was a member, was one of the key totalitarian movements at the time. And something else called the National Revolutionary Movement began to perfect their strategy and their long-term road of how to achieve power from this identification of state with nation. Therefore, the totalitarian tension transcends the modality of the totalitarian political movement. And I'll give you a great example. It has to do with the enduring difficulty of Western policymakers to understand what the Sandinista National Liberation Front is. The inability to understand what this organization consists of and why it's so resilient. Throughout its history, the Sandinista National Liberation Front has been an intelligence cell of the Cuban intelligence apparatus, the Soviet Cuban intelligence apparatus. It was founded in Cuba. It's been a guerrilla force. It's been a so-called liberation movement referred to as Los Muchachos, the boys, a ruling party that had to contend with a strong armed opposition, then an opposition party, which was actually at war against the ruling government. And then it became a ruling party with a weak opposition, and now a hegemonic ruling party with a crushed opposition. And still I hear these predictions that once Ortega dies, the Sandinista National Liberation Front will end. It won't end. It is a totalitarian entity of a very unique type with a very clear intention, which has taken hold of Nicaraguan politics. And unless strategies are designed to deal with that, the Nicaraguan people will continue to suffer as they've suffered all these years. This entity has plunged Nicaragua into 3 civil wars in the span of 40 years. And the loss of life has been stunning. Underneath this intention lies a cult to violence and chaos. In the case of the Sandinista National Liberation Front, the cult to Sandino, who stood for an eccentric theology based on violence and chaos, to Carlos Fonseca Amador, the modern-day founder of the Sandinista National Liberation Front. And this cult to violence and chaos is summarized by the adoration of the will to power embodied by Daniel Ortega. The great adversary of the Sandinista National Liberation Front are not the Nicaraguan political parties, it's the Nicaraguan Catholic Church. And now at long last, they have the power to crush that church. And we've seen what they're doing. That's been their long-standing foe all the time, not the Somozas, not the Contras. The Sandinista believe the Catholic Church is their foe in their effort to reconstruct Nicaraguan national identity. For the totalitarian state embodies the subject nation's will to power, but it also transcends the boundaries of that nation. In other words, the Nazis proclaim themselves nationalists, but their racial views surpass their view of nationalism. Or the same thing with Castro, who proclaimed himself a nationalist, but his views of hegemony and power in Latin America went far beyond the Cuban nation. So I would say that totalitarian states, as from what we know until now, and in the experience we've seen in Asia, Latin America, and Europe, I would divide them very tentatively into 4 categories. First generation totalitarianism, where the totalitarian leader and organization directly seize power. There are very few examples of that. Russia, Cuba, China, perhaps a few others are an example of this total seizure of power by a totalitarian organization. What I call occupation totalitarianism, the totalitarian state imposed through the presence of outside forces, or a combination of these two. For example, there would be no totalitarian control of Venezuela without the Cuban occupation. There would be no totalitarian control of Nicaragua without the Cuban occupation. The third category I would call revolutionary regimes in search of totalitarianism. And I certainly believe Salvador Allende was trying to build a totalitarian state until he was stopped. And Hugo Chavez was certainly trying to build that same totalitarian state. The resistance of the Venezuelan people has slowed down the process, but hasn't stopped it. And the last category, totalitarian state, I would call the populist regimes. An example of that would be Perón, it would be Nasser, who were trying to build totalitarian states, but were very distant from having all the power necessary to do so. And lastly, I want to make some remarks about resistance movements. No first-generation revolutionary totalitarian regime has ever been overthrown. We could say that Soviet totalitarianism or Maoism mutated into the forms that we are experiencing now, but did not perish. The first-generation totalitarian regimes are the core of a new configuration of world power, we must not underestimate the challenge that we are facing. I think a great mistake that was done at the supposed end of the Cold War, which really wasn't cold, and it didn't end in 1992. The assumption was totalitarianism was a thing of the past and the end of history had arrived. We bought precious time for all of the totalitarian states to now transform themselves into what we're living. The type of resistance movement against a totalitarian regime depends for its success on different factors. Number one, how a society naturally responds to the onslaught of totalitarian power. An example is Mexico. The Cristero uprising stopped the attempts of the PRI to create, well, at that time it was the National Revolutionary Party, to create a totalitarian order. But that was clearly their intent. Number two, how strong what Gene Sharp described as the loci of social power are in order to autonomously resist the totalitarian process of mass formation. How strong a society resists this attempt to turn it into a mass. Number three, the state of world struggle between totalitarianism and democratic powers at the given moment in time the resistance movement emerges. Number four, the awareness and understanding by the citizen resistance leadership as to what they are facing. Now one gets the notion that many times movements have failed because the leadership doesn't understand what they're up against. The understanding and awareness by Western leadership of what exactly they're facing in each country. Something which we've lost over the years, an understanding of what a communist party or a totalitarian political organization are. This attempt to lump totalitarian political parties, communist political parties with other types of political parties is wrong. And it's greatly offset the strategy of worldwide pro-democracy federations encountering what they're facing, especially in Latin America. And the last two, I would say, are how successful the process of mass formation and distortion of reality is. The Poles were excellent, and the Czechs at resisting this process of mass formation and distortion of reality. But not all countries are successful in this, and it penetrates very deeply into the very core of the human psyche. And lastly, which I think is very important, how much the resistance movements learns from itself and from other resistance movements without prejudice. Back in the 1960s, James Angleton complained that in the case of the Cuba program, they hadn't learned, the CIA, the policy planners in Washington hadn't learned all the vibrant experience that came from the insurgent movements in Ukraine and the Baltic states against the communists. Valuable lessons have been learned in those processes of insurgency. They weren't applied to Cuba in 1959 or in 1960. Why not? And I think this continues to happen. Whereas the totalitarian movements learn greatly from each other and borrow strategies and tactics. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Orlando. Okay. I want to open the meeting for questions from the audience, but before I do, I wonder if our panelists, and I hate to put them on the spot, if each of them could give a brief, and by this I mean a 1 or 2 sentence definition of totalitarianism as they understand it. Can we, is that an unreasonable request? Martin, do you want to?
Just thinking how to react to that. Maybe I will a little bit.
Or do you want to wait? Let's start with Vladimir.
I think that what is
Yeah.
wrong is to believe that we can understand totalitarianism by associating certain government with a very well-defined ideology and eventually terror. So in that respect, I don't think Haren was right, but she was right in some other things. She said that this type of regime is characterized by evoked cynical realism. On the one side, if you read the histories of totalitarian countries, there's cynical realism, which means they need to be able to know what they are doing, and combined with their conspicuous disdain of the whole texture of reality. This strange combination, a combination of belief that you can do everything if you are powerful enough to convince masses for it, and at the same time the belief of absolute helplessness. people are convinced that they cannot do anything, no matter what. They only have to coordinate themselves with the rules written by some anonymous author.
Okay, yeah,
Author of
okay.
totalitarianism.
Vladimir?
This is one. Okay. Very simple for me. Since I was asked to be simple and synthetical. It is totalitarianism is a project of complete, I can go institutional, etc. You understand what I mean, a project, a vast project of complete control over human mind and human body in the name of fulfilling the laws of history and scientific commandments.
Okay, Orlando?
I would venture to say that I believe that totalitarianism is an ideological virus that infests the nature of reality in order to extinguish the individual.
Good. Okay, with on that note, I'd like to throw the meeting open for questions, please.
Oops. John Torres, Center for Free Cuba. Vladimir mentioned Charter 08 and how that was influenced by Václav Havel's Charter 77. I was wondering if Orlando would care to talk about the Varela Project and the relationship between Charter 77 and Osvaldo Paya's views and the Varela Project initiative in Cuba. And secondly, a second question for Orlando is, where does North Korea fit into your different four models of totalitarianism? Thank you.
Thank you, John. I hadn't seen you here. Good to see you. And our mentor, Frank Calzón, sitting over there. The Varela Project was a movement for the mobilization of citizen signatures, taking advantage of clause existing within the Communist Constitution of Cuba, the 1976 Constitution, that with 10,000 signatures, a plebiscite had to be called on certain key topics that the Constitution addressed. The history of that clause is interesting because the Cuban Communist Party before Castro was divided into a political branch and an underground branch. And many of its political branch members were members of Congress. So they still had in their mind the ideas of plebiscite, signature drives, transparency of government. There weren't ideas that they hadn't become divorced with. And some of these old-time communists introduced that clause into the Cuban Constitution in 1976, such as Blas Roca, in an attempt to limit the power of Fidel Castro in some way, under fear, under repression, but that was the goal of it. And along came a Catholic lay activist, an engineer, Osvaldo Paya, a very decent man, who identified that as a weakness of the regime. And taking into account the historical moment being lived, which was that Castro was in a grave crisis. The Soviet Union had fallen, Chavez still hadn't come to power, European subsidies were drying up, the Spanish were pressuring for some kind of reform. Paya introduced the Varela Project right after the Pope's visit, and it became very powerful leverage against the regime. It managed to grow and prosper at that moment in time, there was a very active movement in Cuba, in spite of the repression, and he gathered way more than 10,000 signatures. When Castro realized that the project was a far greater threat to him than what he might lose diplomatically in his relations with Europe and the US, he crushed it in the Black Spring of March 2003. So in a nutshell, that was the Varela Project, and it was a very worthwhile effort in mobilizing thousands of Cubans for change. And it did succeed in creating the basis, the platform for the continued growth of the pro-democracy movement in Cuba. The regime, as is its nature, its vicious nature, it couldn't kill Paya then, but it waited several years. And ultimately, I'm convinced they murdered him in that dark road in eastern Cuba, him and Harold Cepero, many years later.
Yes, please.
My name is Frank Calzón. I have a quick question for Dr. Gutierrez Baronet and for Dr. Martin Palausch. the city of Washington a week ago passed a resolution calling on the administration to end the sanctions, the economic sanctions, the embargo they call against Cuba, and also call on the president to take Cuba out of a list of sponsors of helpers of international terrorism. Orlando did say that the American policymakers appear not to have learned from the past. I'll be brief. The Carter administration went to Cuba where there were terrorists in Cuba and extended a hand of friendship. The Obama administration, Cuba said, unless you take us out of that list, we're not going to reestablish relations. They pull it out while there's terrorists in Cuba. This administration is saying that they expect Cuba to return those folks. Can we get this organization and others to take a position on that, on whether the United States should get Cuba while the FBI has?
So I think we understood the question.
you.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Don, do you want? Yeah. Okay.
I'm very sorry the council here in the city has done that. I only have one thing to say because the answer would be very long otherwise, but with regards to the regime in Cuba being in that list of sponsors of state terrorism, if it's proper or not, I would refer you to the news this week that Cuban special forces are being sent to Belarus as part of the agreement with the Russians. And there's photographs of that agreement being signed. Knowing the Castro regime, if they're announcing now, the troops are already there. So they're an active partner in the aggression against the people of Ukraine, in the genocide being committed there. And I see no reason why the US should lower its guard with this kind of regime. At every chance it's tried to strike against the West and strike against the US, and it doesn't change its nature.
Don, do you want to?
I'd like to ask you, David, what, having witnessed this panel, experienced this panel, what's your definition?
Well, I'm the moderator. I'm not supposed to interfere in these matters, but I'll tell you what I think. What arose in the 19th century was a secular religion. That's what Marxism really was. I mean, it was the endpoint of a whole tradition in political philosophy, because traditionally, philosophers looked for answers from contemplation, whereas Marx said the philosophers have only interpreted the world in certain ways. The point is to change it. So he was rejecting thought and he was rejecting transcendence. And the result was, in the creation of his philosophy and in the creation of Nazism, which was in some ways an answer to it, the genesis of an entire fictional world. And a totalitarian regime exists when that fictional world is imposed on a helpless population through the means of massive terror. In other words, terror is employed to transform reality. When you have that characteristic, then you have a totalitarian regime. That's what existed under Stalin. It existed in the Soviet Union. It existed under Nazi Germany. The ideologies were different, but the means were the same: to completely reinterpret reality and then impose this insane interpretation on people with the help of massive terror. Hannah Arendt was right when she said that the people who disappointed us most were our friends in Nazi Germany. But in fact, under conditions of totalitarian rule, the individual has very little ability to resist. Once the organized mass is possessed by a false religion it takes extraordinary moral and intellectual courage to stand up against it. And most people just don't have that. They're the rare exceptions. That's why we celebrate them. In any case, that's my, this is my idea that it's a fictional reality imposed by force is very similar to what Hannah Arendt said about the combination of ideology and terror. But that's the essence of it. Yeah, Martin, please. Go ahead.
It's a great thing to have a dialogue with David Sutter, because I think that we can learn about totalitarianism something important when we start resisting it. Resistance is generating some, I would say, observations and maybe even definition. Arendt says here in one of her essays that powerlessness is a major feeling of the life of people. They are trapped. Go and then spend some time next room in the exhibition and reflect on Václav Havel's encounters with this phenomenon and his straightforward idea concerning the power of the powerlessness.
Martin, let's the members of the audience, we had a lot of questions. Please, yes, what was your, this lady and yes, you. I don't know your name.
Yeah,
so
my name is Grace Kang, and I would like to ask about North Korea, to hear your comments on it. The UN Commission of Inquiry issued a report in 2014 that said North Korea was totalitarian in a way that was unparalleled in the world. Would you say North Korea is the most totalitarian country in the world? How would you compare and contrast it to other totalitarian countries?
Yeah, North Korea is the archetype of totalitarian rule right now. And if you want to see what it was like in the Soviet Union at its height, there are many aspects of that in the present North Korean regime. So if this is, fortunately, there aren't too many. I mean, I think there's, North Korea is the outstanding example. Cuba also. Anyone else have any? Yeah, please. This gentleman.
Thank you. My name is Gene McElhone. I was born in March of 1953, and I joined the Marines to fight communism. So I just had to be here today. Our allies in World War II, the allies of the United States was Russia and China. And so when after, the State Department had a lot of sympathizers, McCarthy, Senator McCarthy, he was mocked to scorn, and my baby boom generation, the children, the victors of World War II, they think when you bring up Marxism, communism, it's like saying to them, Santa Claus.
What's your question?
The question is, how do we resist at this point before the masses get converted?
Oh, but how do we risk the appeal, so to speak, of Marxism? Panelists? Orlando?
Yeah, I would venture from my studies, from my experience, the first big obstacle for a totalitarian state, for communism, is religion, spirituality. Maintaining the solid basis of religious belief. Marxism is not just, I agree with him when he says it's an attempt at creating a secular religion. It's trying to invert the whole nature of religion. The religious person, the spiritual person is rarely a totalitarian. Number two, I think, is tradition. Maintaining tradition of individuality, of self-government. I think the US has a great benefit, which is its federalism is a strong American tradition. And I think that totalitarianism in Venezuela has had a harder time because Venezuela was is a deeply federal state. More centralized states like Cuba was, or perhaps North Korea, more quickly fall into totalitarianism. I think the other important thing is the search for truth, which Havel insisted on. I've been a teacher 25 years, and I see too much complacency in students, too much willingness to accept whatever social media says without going into the background, into the roots of whatever is being exposed. So it's very difficult, but I think those three things strengthen the antibodies of any society against this type of sickness.
Do we have any other, we have limited amount of time left, but I want to get as many questions as possible answered. Please. Yes, yes. Please, fortunately, I don't know your name, so, but please, yeah.
Thank you, David. Chris Orr, Senior Defense
Oh,
Senator.
Chris,
for
yeah,
Yes,
hi,
thank you.
okay,
Dr.
now
Mary, there you
I do. The light was in my eyes, okay.
Short-term memory, I totally empathize. Yeah, Chris Orr, Senior Defense Senator for 1945, and also proud monthly donor to VOC. My question is for Orlando. Your mention of Cuban special forces being sent to Belarus really perked up my ears because this is the first I heard about this. I don't know why the hell we're not hearing more about this in the mainstream media, but I guess that's the MSM for you. So I was wondering what additional information, insight you had to this. What sort of rough numbers are the Cubans sending? Are they officially just there in a quote unquote advisory role, or are they actually being ordered into direct combat against Ukrainian forces? Any evidence that you've actually made incursions in Ukrainian territory, and any other resources of information so I can research this further? Thank you.
I know because the regime in Cuba and the Russian Federation and the government of Belarus officially announced it. There's a photograph of the three parties sitting around a table signing the agreement in Moscow. And they announced that forces were being sent for training, that they would be forces not from the regular armed forces, but from the Ministry of the Interior Forces, which are the special units used to repress the population. It doesn't surprise me at all. There's a deepening alliance and collaboration between the Russian Federation and the regime in Cuba. A massive Russian investment is coming to the island. I believe they're in the process of setting up military bases throughout Cuba. In the so-called Cuban parliament, which is not a parliament, it's a sham assembly of faithful to the regime, approved a new law which would allow for the leasing of land to Russia for up to 30 years. The only reason I can see for that is to set up military bases because they're not going to help the Cuban agriculture. So these are my sources. I haven't seen anything in the English language media about this. I think it's astounding. I think it's a real shame that the European Union continues to finance the regime in Cuba. And I think that this was announced on Monday. And I believe that I think it's today, right? Either today or tomorrow, Josep Borrell, the EU Commissioner for Foreign Affairs, arrives in Havana to talk about the agreement between the European Union and the regime in Cuba, to which the regime is financed. And they announced, sending troops to Belarus right before he arrived. So,
Orlando, I think that we should take some steps to publicize this, and I'll talk to you about it later. But I want to ask some more of our audience members. I want to get as many questions answered as we can before our time runs out. Anyone else have a question, please? Yes, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Andy Rokita, proud donor to the VOC as well. And thank you for your service, sir, as a Marine. Appreciate it. One of the things we hear a lot about totalitarianism, I mean, whenever they do teach it anymore in regular schools, is it's about fear, intimidation, destruction of the individual, especially. I mean, it was definitely discussed. But what I'm seeing now is more, it's not fear as much, especially in the West, but it's more ignorance. I mean, I see they just released a report where 13% of 8th graders in America from all backgrounds, 13 are proficient in US history and civic education, like what it even means to be a citizen here. So do you think in the future, hopefully not, if we turn this around, you think it's easier to become totalitarian if instead of just fear and at the barrel of a gun, but just creating an ignorant civilization, just people that are not vigilant, they're not knowledgeable? Do you think the definition of totalitarianism is going to evolve to include not a scared people, but just put it bluntly, a dumb people that'll just slide into it?
Please, Vladimir, do you want to?
Yeah, it's people are yearning for, I call it from Eric Fromm, actually, he used the term, the yearning for the magic savior. So, and this is very much what's been happening in Russia. I don't know Belarus, but in Russia, and now we have David Sutter who can help a lot about why people accept this or whatever. One of them is basically a peace of mind. It gives very simple answers to very complicated questions. It gives a meaning to one's life to the extent that one is concerned about that. Most of the people don't spend their time thinking about the meaning of their lives. But totalitarianism is something that gives, as we don't have time to talk about all the tradition, but the person who understood totalitarianism, and thanks to whom I'm always using the novel in my classes on totalitarianism, Arthur Koestler. Arthur Koestler in Darkness at Noon is basically offering the explanation of why people fall to the party. What is that the party offers? It offers peace of mind. It offers bliss. It offers, what is the answer? I don't care if it's 13% or maybe. The important thing is if we have enough, the term today, these days is influencers. Okay, if we have enough influencers who know what the story is and can convey a kind of warning, because this is very much about warning. I mean, it can happen. This is, I remember, during the pandemic, actually, I received a note from a former student from Penn, who is a lawyer now in New York, and who thanked me for having used in my class, Albert Camus, The Plague. The last lines for The Plague are, and maybe it will come back, in another sunny place, another city. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the plague and the metaphor of the plague, or what. It's there, the totalitarianism, that explains why, and with this I really finish.
Vladimir, I think we're going to have to wrap things up now, but thank you. Thanks to our panelists. I want to just add one final thought from me. And the thing, but in a totalitarian regime, people are provided with the answers to every question. They never need to be in doubt about anything again. They have a simple formulation. They can apply it to any question. And that relieves them of the need to think. And it's a terrible thing about people, but the responsibility to think on your own, to make moral judgments, is something that people are very happy to sacrifice. And are, if someone will just tell them what they're supposed to think and what they're supposed to do. And the conditions are created when you have a terroristic regime just to do exactly that. Well, listen, unfortunately, we have very limited time, but we have 3 panels that we want you all to attend. So thanks to our panelists for participating. Thanks to you for your questions. And I'm told now that we are going to take a short break before our second panel. So thank you very much.
I know the situation my father's first cousin. So I stayed 6 months. But yeah, passed away.
It's very far ahead of
When the
60s.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was working with him for a book. I'll tell you more about that. It's quite interesting because I had an answer to the word which was never published. So, and I met very active these days. Yeah, but at the same moment, I was on a review panel for a proposal, doesn't matter, for an important institution here. And the proposal came from Elizabeth Burgos. And it was one of those that failed. Very you would have said it would have contributed to that failed. Yeah. She didn't get it, unfortunately, because of in a book.
That's a subject. I'm sure you've heard. I'm sure you've heard. Oh, yeah. One of my favorite stories is seeing first of all, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I saw the Google institution video. They don't know what so I did so we get on the table. Now is great. It's not just enough, they're 7%, but they're learning. I got that from so old.
It's up to him. He's the boss. When he tells me, I start. Oh, okay, perfect. I think I've got some. Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, you do? Wonderful. Where did you, which department do you remember? Science. So you probably, that's what you said, 1980s. So I don't remember the, I don't know, I wasn't there, but you probably are familiar with people like John Stack. Yes. So John passed away. He was a friend, a mentor, a colleague for me, my colleague of sitting there. Okay. Showed up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do your thing.
Yeah.
So you know you make stand up. He said, I did not much better than you think. I said, oh.
So you probably also interacted with someone like Rich Olson as well. Is that ring a bell?
Not like
Stack may have been at the time actually the chair of the department.
So one day, could there be two guys, it was three, but somewhere there were two, in trench coats.
Right.
And I'm teaching, right, like this, right? It's 90 degrees. Anyway, long story short, they're listening.
Right.
I'm done with my lecture. And they leave. Students, 10 minutes later, they write here. I go, who is they? I said, oh, that's Omega 7. Oh. I said, what the hell is that? And what are they doing here?
Right.
Because a lot of the faculty, sort of looked really pro. Even campus science, they brought in a visiting professor who was very pro. So
Okay.
they were monitoring
Right.
the professors. And so they said,
Wow.
and I said, well, what happens if I didn't? I said, you don't want to know. But
Right. 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 Wow.
These were,
Wow.
you know, these were the days. We never used to.
Correct. Correct.
You know, the
You should
towers
come and
and
see. You should come and visit now. It's a totally different campus.
It is.
Totally different campus.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
But anyway, you go ahead. And
Yeah. Please. You.
Do you want us to sit?
Please. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. If that's okay with you.
Go ahead, sit.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Right. You want me to be here or you want me to be there for when I introduce? Well, you know what? Let me do it. Let me do it from here. Well, I'm actually, I have some questions. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, of course. You wanted to leave about 20 minutes for Q&A, right? Yes. That's kind of an order. He's on Zoom, so. Yes, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start panel number 2. My name is Shlomi Dinar. I'm interim dean of the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs. I want to thank the VOC. I want to thank Ambassador Martin Palouse for inviting me to be on one of the panels. It's a great honor to be with experts on this particular topic. And I have a feeling from the questions that we got during the Q&A from the first panel that this is going to be of interest to a lot of you in the sense of teaching totalitarianism. I noticed a lot of questions, or a few questions at least, from the audience were on this topic, and my fellow panelists and I were saying, you'll get that in panel number 2. So hopefully you will indeed get that. And in fact, some of the questions that I'll be asking the panelists is, how do we teach about totalitarianism? How has the concept evolved? And what does that mean for teaching about totalitarianism? We're also going to be engaging with the question of teaching totalitarianism in the United States versus other countries, perhaps, as well as teaching to university students, as well as teaching to the K through 12 levels. Those are some of the questions that we will be engaging in. But of course, what I wanted to do first is I want to introduce our panelists that are here. I believe we have another panelist on Zoom. I will introduce him as well. But let me start here with Dr. Elizabeth Edwards Spalding, chairman of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and founding director of the Victims of Communism Museum. She has served as a VOC trustee since 2018. Dr. Spalding is also a senior fellow at the Pepperdine University School of Public Policy and visiting fellow at the Von Andel Graduate School of Government at Hillsdale College. A frequent public lecturer on numerous topics, especially communism and the Cold War. She's also a core faculty member in VOC's National Seminar for Middle and High School Educators. She is the author of The First Cold Warrior, Harry Truman, Containment and the Remaking of Liberal Internationalism, and the co-author of A Brief History of the Cold War. Her scholarly and popular articles and reviews have been published widely. Let me turn to our other panelist, Dr. Jacques Rupnik, is research director of the Center for International Studies at Sciences Po in Paris and visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges, a former research associate at Harvard University's Russian Research Center and Eastern Europe analyst for the BBC World. He has been based in Paris since he joined CERI, Sciences Po, in 1982. He was the executive director of the International Commission for the Balkans at the Carnegie Endowment for National Peace and drafter of its report, Unfinished Peace, as well as a member of the Independent International Commission on Kosovo and co-drafter of the Kosovo Report. Dr. Rupnik has been a visiting professor at Harvard and several European universities and has published numerous books and scholarly titles focusing on European integration and democratic transitions in Eastern Europe. He served as advisor to President Havel and is a member of the board of the Václav Havel Presidential Library in Prague. And of course, our panelist on Zoom, Dr. Ladislav Kudrna, is the director of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. He has conducted extensive research on the period of communism in Czechoslovakia and has devoted himself to the study of the Czechoslovak foreign resistance, as well as the deployment of Czechoslovaks in Indochina and the Vietnam War. He has taught at Charles University and Pulaski University in Olomouc. A prolific author, Dr. Kudrna is a 2-time laureate of the Mariuslav Ivanov Prize for Nonfiction and recipient of the Edvard Beneš Award and the Minister of Defense Award for one of his best-known works, When They Didn't Fly, The Life of Our Airmen in Poland, France, and Britain During World War II. So it's great to be here with our panelists. And really what I wanted to do is turn the first question to all the panelists. And that question is, our panel is titled Teaching Totalitarianism. Is this merely an academic endeavor concerning those interested in historical phenomenon, or is it an imperative look at a form of domination that still threatens human freedom today? That's, if you will, part one of the question. And part two, what exactly are we to teach about totalitarianism? If I could turn to you first, Elizabeth, that would be wonderful. And then we'll go to Jacques and Dr. Kudrna later.
Thanks very much, Shlomi. So I would like to say yes to both. It is definitely a form of domination that still threatens human freedom today. In this regard, it is so very important that panel 2 follows panel 1 at this conference because our first panelists put this so clearly. An academic endeavor, though, again, as panel one shows us, can help us understand and help us teach. And that's what we're doing here or talking about here in this panel. We need to teach about totalitarianism as a term. And we started on that in the first panel and its meaning. And also we need to teach about it in terms of history, examples, and experience. As we've learned, totalitarianism is an ism. So that's something that can be very difficult to teach at all levels, whether in America we're talking about K-12 or all the way up through graduate school. But it is an ism. It pertains to a system of state and party power, in addition to everything else that we already heard in panel one. I often use comparative terms in my teaching. And so I'll start with something that students, again, I'm teaching in the United States, that students will understand. So I start with what they know best, democracy and its different forms. And then by going from there to teach totalitarianism, students can better see it in juxtaposition. And then we can also show the different types. And we were hearing about, Nazi and communist and what they share and how they can differ, but that at bottom, they're both totalitarian. So in teaching the meaning of the term and also the history of totalitarianism, I think that students benefit from hearing many different stories, both of particular people and of events, and of the different examples that those stories teach. I've helped to make this museum here at Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and I was always looking for the most gripping stories. Now, communist totalitarianism has unfortunately made so many victims that there are too many gripping stories to choose from. But I did think about that over and over again. What would resonate with students, whether it's the ninth grader coming through or whether it's the grad student coming through. So I think that's really important. I think we must also use relevant fiction. It's very interesting if you go back and you look at the 1953 conference, and you see that there were repeated references to George Orwell's 1984, which had only been published in 1949. So in 1953, it was still, it was new, it was popular, everybody was reading it, people were referring to it. Then if you go and read some of the reviews of the conference and of the book that came out about the proceedings, and you made reference to commentary, there was a review of it in commentary, and the reviewer at the time was complaining, why do they have to keep going to this novel? Why do they have to keep going to this novel? And I'm thinking you have all of these experts, these people who knew from both the academic, the direct experience, and government side of things what totalitarianism is. And they were still all referring to not only that, but also Orwell's 1984. And to me, it just proves, yes, we need to do that. And that has to be part of our education at all levels, both K-12 as well as post-secondary. I think we also need to acknowledge, I was just talking about this with one of the attendees here, that people are sometimes reading less for a variety of reasons. And so we have to figure out other ways of reaching our students. So encouraging the use of movies and other visual programming. And just one example, which some of you may have seen, Mr. Jones, which is a fact-based drama from 2019, continues to be very popular on streaming. Whoever distributed it has left it out there, so you can still watch it. I think it's back again on Amazon Prime. So if you've got Prime, you've got it for free. I mean, you've paid for it, but you've got it for free. You know what I mean? And it continues to educate about the Holodomor, right? And we're in the 90th anniversaries of all of the worst of the Holodomor right now. And this is a very moving movie. And then you can meet with students afterwards, talk about what it means, say this part's true, this part was dramatized. Not much of it is dramatized. It really follows very faithfully the life of the journalist, as well as the horrors of the Holodomor and the complicity of various Western media, including the New York Times. So that's something we need all of that. I would echo from panel one, we need the right kind of influencers. If I had money, I would actually back, good influencers that could go out and help us teach. I think it's also important that we educate about both the negative and the positive. With totalitarianism, it is so difficult. You start talking about it, and what's happy about totalitarianism? Nothing is happy about it. Nothing is uplifting. And we have students who, why do I want to learn about that? That is so negative. So we do have to teach all of the pernicious and problematic aspects that make up totalitarianism, but also we have to teach about the real antithesis to it, which is freedom. And so that's something that our students don't always understand. I've had many students over the years now, very bright students, including at the undergraduate, even the graduate level. They don't understand what totalitarianism does. They don't understand that it crushes, the basic First Amendment freedoms, the rights that they take for granted here in the United States. They don't realize that totalitarianism means no, that all the time it's saying no to what some of them are interested in, whether it's philanthropy and helping people, or private business, or independent schools, or mediating institutions, community organizations, free and open places of worship. A lot of things that our students are interested in, they don't realize that totalitarianism doesn't want those, says no to them, crushes them, malforms them if it's going to keep them in some other way, and that it's doing this to make this new man, make this new society, create this false reality, as we've been talking about in panel 1, and that in the end, the victims are all these individual people, but the individual itself, the family, the community, the country, all of this is wiped out, is negated by totalitarianism. They don't know that it's built on lies and terror, that those go together, that the reason why you have the tools of terror is because you're built on the lies and all the other part, and that disinformation and torture, false imprisonment, and more are just tools of this terror trade. And then I'd close with a challenge in the current context for the United States, at least, is that so many people define freedom as anything you want to do. And any of you who are professors, parents out there, you probably have heard this from young people. But that's not how freedom has been understood for the vast majority of US history. And so I'm always pointing out to my students that from way before in colonial times and during the founding period until recent time, it was agreed that freedom is actually grounded in choosing well and doing what is right, and depends on virtue, morality, and religion. And so if you look at something famous like George Washington's farewell address, which is probably famous to people in this room, but is not famous enough to students, all the way up into the 21st century, you still get major leaders talking about freedom in this way. And so we have to give that as the positive to the negative of totalitarianism, and continue to teach both sides of it so that students really understand what totalitarianism is, what it's trying to negate, and then they can say no to that as they continue to learn what they should be for.
Thank you. Jacques, if I can ask you the same question, what exactly are we to teach about totalitarianism from your perspective?
Yeah, well, first of all, is it this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. Pleasure to be here and to follow on the discussion of the first panel with the definitions of totalitarianism. How do you convey that to students who basically not only haven't lived it, but have usually very limited knowledge of history? And the problem is that concept of totalitarianism has its history. And it's a history of, well, I wouldn't say up and downs, but it's a history of its confrontation with reality, with changing realities, adapting, transforming, being discarded, rediscovered, etc. So that is one way actually of teaching it. That is to present it as an intellectual adventure. Okay, there's a situation after World War II where given the experience of Nazism under Hitler and Stalinism, you have the formulation of a concept. by the philosophers, it was referred to Hannah Arendt, etc., and Talmon and others. And then you have the political scientists trying to do the actual definition, political science definition. They're not quite the same. One is an all-encompassing philosophical endeavor. The other one is more giving you definitions, you know, give me 10 points of definition of totalitarianism. And that is what you get in the Friedrich and Brzezinski definitions. You have very specific features of totalitarianism. Well, what happens if some of those features are no longer there? Which is what happened very quickly after Stalin's death, especially after 1956. So there you have a new era opens, and you have to explain, for instance, to students, well, you know, this is totalitarian system, and it is being transformed, adapted. And in the 1960s, well, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was referred to as one of the main participants in the initial conference, well, Zbigniew Brzezinski himself was questioning. He was talking about transformation, building bridges between East and West in Europe, etc. And he had his book, if I recall correctly, The Technochronic Revolution, which I never quite understood what it was, but basically it had to do with, there was this new age when new technologies were transforming our societies, and indeed the theory of convergence. So this transformation was affecting Western industrial societies, but of course Eastern as well. So for a while you had a popularity of the convergence theory. Totalitarianism was being sort of put on the back burner. Post-68, and you have there a contradictory development in East and West. In Western Europe, the concept was being, not just in Western Europe, in America, in American political science, the concept was being discarded as a sort of unscientific product of the Cold War or something like that. And you had lots of other theories about explaining the communist system. It was interest group theory was popular, pluralism and authoritarianism. The main thesis being it's moving from totalitarianism to a benign kind of authoritarianism. And basically the concept was being discarded. At that very moment in the 1970s, it was being rediscovered in Eastern Europe. By whom? By dissidents and others who were reflecting about the post-68 situation where any possibility of fundamental change had been banned. So you have a divergent take on the concept of totalitarianism in East and West Europe, and actually the East European contribution is very interesting because it comes not from political scientists, but it comes from writers, authors, you know, Adam Michnik, Václav Havel, and others, using the concept, but of course using it in a changed context. They're not saying it is the same thing as in the 1950s. You know, you read The Power of the Powerless, and you see that you're no longer facing mass terror. You no longer ask to actually believe and demonstrate every day your ideological mobilization for the system. No, they want extreme atomization of the society, and you obtain it how? By selective violence. You target selectively, you install fear in the society. And that's why Havel's essay is so important and powerful, including for young students, because it's about governance through fear. So it's no longer the initial model, it's a different model. And it is interesting that this is the essay the students relate to most, because probably it is that is difficult for them. It takes historical imagination whereas that they can identify with, and not just European students. I was, that was many years ago, it was about 20 years ago, during my first trip to China, I discovered that they had a translation of that essay made in Hong Kong. And the Chinese colleague from the Academy of Science who was saying, at that time, was telling me, oh, this is an exact description of what goes on here, all right? I was first astonished that he had it. And second, I was astonished that he thought this was about China. The Václav Havel Library had organized a discussion about human rights, where I was on a panel with an Iranian young lady who had translated that same essay into Farsi. And I asked her, how did she, do you read Czech? No, she said, I translated it from your French version, because I did the French translation. And I was a bit, I said, oh yeah, you did? And she said, yes, I noticed there were a few things, few differences with the English translation. Okay, I knew that I was in a difficult position there. She had read my translation very thoroughly. But the point was the same. Oh, this is exactly the situation in Iran. So for me, this is you want to convey the idea of what actually existing totalitarianism or late totalitarianism or post-totalitarianism, call it whatever, is about. You read writers like Havel rather than strict political science, classic political science. I'm talking about my own profession, but yeah, Vasily Grossman was mentioned. His incredible novel. He doesn't have to give you a theory, but he shows you how the machine works and how it affects people, their behavior, their thinking. And he has one dimension that he sees as convergence between the two systems is anti-Semitism. And he shows how the Nazi anti-Semitism and how Stalinist anti-Semitism, the doctor's plot, and then there was the Slansky trial in Czechoslovakia. So I would say, yes, Orwell was mentioned, Havel, Grossman, many others. I mean, there is a whole literature. There is a literature, perhaps this is something very effective, I think, with students. And it's the literature of the witnesses. Marchenko, Khalamov, etc. People who have survived the Gulag and who tell the story, Bukovsky, etc. and other. So there is a literature, and perhaps, if we're talking about education, that is the way best to convey what this is about. Yeah, you can read the political science treaty and you can go back to the 53 conference, but perhaps reading literature from Orwell to the authors I mentioned and the witnesses, their account, that is a good way, I think, for me to start. Am I running over?
To pose another
yeah, okay. Yeah,
Thank you. Ladislav could not join us due to some technical issues. Martin, I'm going to ask Jacques, perhaps you're welcome to join us. I'm going to ask Jacques, since we're with you, I wanted to ask you one question. Because now what I'd like to do is take some questions and divide them among our panelists. And Jacques, I want to ask you this first one, and it may connect to you. No, to you. I'll come back to Martin on another question.
There's a new panelist.
Yes. Really, how has the concept of totalitarianism evolved, whether it be in the academic setting, whether it be in the public setting, and of course, given the concept of teaching totalitarianism, how do we need to be reacting to that as teachers, right? Whether, again, regardless of the level of education we're referring to.
Yeah, well, part of it, I think, is precisely doing the history of the concept being confronted with the changing realities. So that, I think, if you simply cling to the initial definition, you might end up not being very convincing. But if you say the key thing is the profound insight that this is a type of tyranny that is different from others. There are different kinds of tyranny. And the difference between a dictatorship, and God knows there are many of them in Latin America and elsewhere, which are different. And the difference is not the degree of violence. I mean, the Argentinian military, when they didn't like dissidents, they threw them out of the helicopter. You don't want to talk. That is the way you get to. So it's not just the degree of violence, it's the intention. And the intention of the totalitarian regime is this formidable transformation of society, of the people, by terror if necessary, by selective violence in the latter period, and imposing a language, imposing an ideology. You know, the big difference, again, with other dictatorships is there is no autonomy of the subsystem. You can have a military dictatorship that is extremely ruthless and violent if you want to approach political power. There are plenty of those. But what these totalitarian regimes do, they liquidate the autonomy of subsystems. No autonomy of the economic sphere, no autonomy of the cultural sphere, no civil society autonomy. That is the difference. And I think that, again, you can convey it by trying to show how the intention is not always matched sometimes by reality. Because as the system developed, decayed, got tired, Adam Michnik, the Polish dissident who became then editor of Gazeta Wyborcza, used to talk about totalitarianism with broken teeth. You know, it could no longer quite do what it intended. So, but the intention is there. And so that is one way. Perhaps another idea would be to show the Russian Soviet situation. I don't want to go too much into that discussion, but it relates actually to current affairs. You have a system whose history we know. The terrible, terrible, tragic history of Soviet Russia. That system has produced somebody like Gorbachev, who renounces the use of force. I mean, once you renounce the use of force, and once you renounce the monopoly on truth, because he goes to the UN and he says, nobody has a monopoly on truth. Well, if you don't have monopoly on truth, you know, welcome to the Socialist International. You know, why all this stuff we've suffered for since 1917, if at the end of the story you tell us you are a Menshevik. Okay, well, okay, but as we know, that is part of the story. There's, oh, okay, there is dismantling of the regime. And guess what? We see a decade later, gradual restoration of more authoritarian practices. My dear friend and colleague Pierre Hassner wrote an essay called Russia's Transition to Autocracy. You know, everybody was transition to democracy. So he was Russia's transition to autocracy, which was published in 2007. I mean, the lecture was given in 2006, but it was published in Journal of Democracy here in Washington. Transition to autocracy. So he was onto something. You take it all the way to the Putin phase today, and this is restoration of dictatorship with a kind of totalitarian drive and ambition, wanting a totalitarian feature, which is to impose a language. You know, Kolakowski called totalitarianism a logocracy. You want to impose a language. And that is, I mean, the most insightful authors on totalitarianism, from Zamyatin to Kolakowski, is about the language. Orwell, of course, Newspeak, is imposing a language. If we are with Putin, we have total control, and you impose the idea that this is not war, this is special operation, and you go to 25 years, you get 25 years for saying differently. That is a kind of return to it. So, you know, dismantling of the authoritarian, pseudo-democratic transition, reversal to authoritarianism. And today, this is new imperialist, neo-totalitarian Russia we could talk about.
Yeah, I think that example is an excellent, you know, an excellent way of looking at this kind of its evolution, right? The example we have from what's going on with Russia and of course Ukraine. Martin, I know you're sitting in for Ladislav, but this is certainly a question that I know you can answer quite well. And that is, how important is actually using the power of the powerless in teaching totalitarianism?
I will answer the question right away. First of all, the technique has not been favorable for us. So Mr. Kudena was not able to make his connection. Before I answer this question, let me briefly introduce the institute he is directing. And actually, I'm on board of that institute. So I'm kind of his spokesman. You are not, it's the Institute of Totalitarian Regimes in Prague. There's 7 members of the board elected by the Czech Senate. So it is, first of all, Institute for Study of Totalitarian Regimes in Prague is an institution that is created by the law. With very specific rules, with a special chapter in state budget, was created in 2007. And obviously, as everything in this context, it is affected by politics. So you can have different schools of thought in the power, and then you have a certain effects in institutions like this one. Actually, there is a tradition in all post-communist countries to ask the question what we shall do with the legacy of communism. First of all, we have archives of secret police with all these files, some of them misleading, some of them full of important information, a lot of personal tragedies. Many people that discovered that their best friend was reporting on his activities to the state police and so on and so forth. So in 2007, this institute was created, not just as another institute for contemporary history, because we have a lot of now disputes or debate about the concept of totalitarianism as a part of methodology of contemporary history. How to write history the 20th century, of the 20th century. But then this institute has a political task to look at 2 periods of unfreedom in Czechoslovakia, 1938, 1945, the first one, Nazi occupation, and then 1948, 1989, which means the time of communism. So the question is how this institute, I had to campaign for my re-election in the Czech Senate, which was something bizarre for me, but I did, and now I've been elected for another 5 years. So we are overseeing this institution. But this institution, actually the major important task is to connect the stories of concrete people in one way or another affected by totalitarianism with, let's say, interpretations of contemporary history at large. I actually don't know why this institute has this name, Institute for a Study of Totalitarian Regimes, because other similar institutions around Eastern Central Europe, in Germany, they have a memory in their name, memory of, and there is a platform for European memory, and Uster now got back to that platform. So the basic thing is to use the past effectively in order to cultivate political thought, political thinking, and enable people to tell their own stories in a way that certainly corresponds to their own subjectivity, but at the same time contribute to something. So this is a most important task, individual versus totalitarian system. And totalitarian system has a lot of instruments how to crush you, how to destroy you. So now the answer to your question, the power of the powerless. I already said in the previous panel, the best school how to learn something about totalitarianism is start resisting it, because then you are taught a lot. You discover various forms of repression, but more importantly, when Charter 77 was signed, everybody has his or her own private personal reasons for doing that. But then everybody discovered that there were some other people doing the same thing, which means that certain public space out of sudden appeared that started to be populated by sometimes very bizarre characters full of discussions. Some of them were also very unique and not very, all of them very productive. But in the end of the day, this was the best way how to resist totalitarianism, to create a space in which you can have dialogue, in which you can make a distinction between ghosts and realities, between things that are so easily transformed into myths, legends, and stories, but they are not true. And I think that if you look around now, I think that that's exactly what we need, to be able to make a distinction between what is true and what is a fake news, and so on and so forth. So this is a very important role, and this is an institute that must do it because it's prescribed by the law.
And I want to move to another question, actually, which is kind of comparative, and it has to do with how is totalitarianism taught in the United States? And I know, obviously, we're both at FIU, Mar, and I know you teach a class, so you probably are familiar with how it's taught in the Czech Republic and how it's taught in the United States at the university system. So my question really is, how is totalitarianism taught in the United States? Is there a kind of a distinct feature to it that's different than how totalitarianism taught perhaps in different countries? I know, Jacques, maybe the example of France. And then I want to challenge you even further. Then we have different levels. We have the K through 12, and I know you touched on it a little bit in your first remarks, but maybe we can dig deeper, how it's taught at the university level, and then of course how it's taught in the K through 12 level. And again, this comparative idea, the United States, perhaps France, perhaps the Czech Republic, and looking at this comparatively. Please.
So in the American context, whatever level of education, I think, so this means from elementary and secondary to college through graduate school. I think, to echo one of the questions from the first panel, much of this is rooted in ignorance. There's a lack of information, there's a lack of knowledge. Students do not know the basic historical facts. So we've talked about that, all of us up here, and they need to know that. But you know, the Bolshevik Revolution to the collapse of the Soviet Union, from Lenin to Gorbachev, just the basics of that history in one place that had totalitarianism of the communist sort is just not basically known. It's not known that Marxism, Leninism wrought communist totalitarianism not only in the Soviet Union, but also elsewhere in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So that's, I mean, I know that seems like it's very obvious to most of the people in this room, but a lot of that is just not taught and needs to be taught. When the facts are conveyed, students often perceive them as ancient history, right? It's just, boy, what are you telling me about? And what do I have to hold in my head? Nearly all the stories about those who suffered under totalitarian regimes can be told to new generations. So you were talking about telling the stories. We have to do that. That's not all, though. What has been taught has often been incorrect or partial. And this echoes a little bit of what Jacques was saying. The United States is still recovering from what I would call the bad study of totalitarianism. So the American Academy ended up doing a real number on totalitarianism. It was as if, you know, Stalin died and that means everything is better now. This is exaggerating somewhat, but that's what you get to with the anti-totalitarian model. So political science, history, sociology, comparative studies, all of them were involved. And I mean, I'm not disrespecting these fields. Many of us here have taught in these fields. But the key errors in Soviet studies, at least, came from the anti-totalitarian model. And I just want to highlight a couple of them because they are relevant to then teaching this subject. And they had an enduring, these inaccuracies had an enduring effect for decades, and we're just coming out of it now. So this is actually an opportune time to teach totalitarianism correctly. So one, totalitarian, and some of this echoes what we've talked about in panel one. Totalitarianism cannot be understood apart from ideology. Totalitarianism involves a project, as we talked about, to transform and create this new man, impose a new society, and then to maintain that new society, even when it's crazy. It was crazy to begin with, it's crazy to maintain it, but all of that is part of the project. It is revolutionary in intent and execution, even as the ideology ages, And the totalitarian state likewise ages, corrupts, ossifies, do all those things that you're describing already, how it changes over time. Sclerosis does not mean, though, a rejection of the system. It means hardening. And Sovietologists and other scholars didn't get this. They applied wishful thinking, and they, rather than fully understanding the communists, they said, okay, Stalin's followers and successors, not just in the USSR, are different. And they didn't see that they remained committed communists, that the intentions were still there. I would say the intentions and the capabilities were still there, even as some of the teeth get broken. So we can have some discussion about that. So most just didn't want to be tagged as Stalinist, right? But they were happy to still be totalitarian. But the academy here in the United States just didn't get that, and it got on this bandwagon of everything's pluralist, everything's, the totalitarian model was completely wrong. Point number 2, by judging everything other than Stalin as somehow better, and I don't know about you, but I wouldn't have wanted to live under his successors either. It just would have been, different. Sovietologists made it seem as if totalitarianism with respect to communism was something that was really only limited to a particular time and experience, and that you couldn't transfer the model. So then you can't teach anything that we've been talking about in panel 1 and panel 2, if that's true. And this is part of the reason that Lenin is often wrongly presented as some sort of good kind of communist. And I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. And as we know, his record's horrible. He killed, wrongfully imprisoned, tortured, otherwise repressed many, many millions. And then, as I said, if you come after Stalin, somehow you must be pluralist, and therefore that makes you not totalitarian. And so there was this effort on the part, too many in America, they applied the American governmental model onto the communist model and onto totalitarianism. And then they didn't understand what totalitarianism was. They didn't understand the communist practice of it. And they didn't understand that some things would change over time, but it didn't mean that the totalitarian intentions weren't still there. This means that in a crazy world of the American Academy, somehow Mao ends up being not so bad. He's not as bad as Stalin, even though he killed and repressed many more, but he's presented as a better revolutionary. So somehow that makes him pure in a way. And he was still working for the proletariat in a way that Stalin isn't. This is how the academic argument goes. And then 3, we must remember that totalitarianism is, again, this ism, carrying out, executing the ideology. And it's not the classical or the modern Republican models, the understanding of the regime that so many of us use in our teaching in order to explain what other models, what other regimes are, and what a totalitarian regime is by contrast. And no moral equivalence can be made between totalitarian regimes and representative regimes. And yet this happens. It happened, these academics that I'm talking about did it. And that is one of the main challenges that we face, I'd say, all the way through K-12 education and post-secondary education right now. There is this strong moral equivalence, and you're going to be seen as judgmental if you don't go ahead and say, okay, sometimes we have to talk about right and wrong, and we're going to talk about it in politics and history too. And so I would, this is all more to set context, and then I'm looking forward to talking with others about this, but we have a lot of work to do in the United States because we're at, as many people know, we're at a very fraught time. I'm very interested in history, and for a long time I've said, oh, this is not as bad as the 1960s. This is not as bad as the 1960s. And now I don't, we've got our own insanity here in some ways, and I don't know, it's different. So anyway, this makes it even more of a challenge in teaching totalitarianism to students at all levels. And to go to what Martin was talking about, we have to start with facts. It's very simple. Like we should come up with some sort of, modest proposal here that we're going to start with facts, that we're going to look to teach good history with great stories. I'm feeling like, and then scale them up, scale them down. Simpler ones for K through 12, going up as you get up. And if you've got an AP class, then you make it even more complicated. And then by the time you get to undergraduate and graduate, you're scaling up even more. And then some of what you were talking about would be for the graduate students.
Martin or Jacques, do you want to maybe talk about the Czech context, the French context as it relates to teaching?
I understand that it's not a seminar on Czech historical perceptions, but it's extremely important to take into consideration that the Czech nation has certain strong identity based on certain interpretation of history generated in the 19th century. And then Masaryk always liked to say, you need to think about your Czech questions in worldly terms to understand perspective in larger context than your own. And then we are confronted with our experience in past 40 years. Obviously, students that now are in elementary schools, high schools, for them it is hardly distinguishable from the facts going back to the 17th century history and not part of their experience. So obviously, one of the tasks of Ooster is to come up with some suggestions how this should be reflected in textbooks for contemporary history. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. 1950s, Stalinism, Václav Havel was describing it very clearly. But 1960s were almost a proof that things can get better, that even socialism can be reformed. And obviously it culminated in 1968 and the frustration, the geopolitical situation sent us back to the abyss. And then 70s normalization. Things were supposed to get to normal. So people were trained how to behave normally, but with this schizophrenia, doing something in public and thinking something else, Havel liked to play this contrast. So I think this is extremely important for education of anybody, to be aware that there is a public discourse and then he needs to live in truth, which means there's some sort of internalized dialogue with himself. So this is elements you need to share with students. And I tell you that one organization, Post-Bellic Czech Republic, has an NGO. They have a beautiful project, Stories of Our Neighbors. And so the kids are asked to go around and to find a neighbor and start asking him her questions, and then coming up with their results of their research. And if you go, you can find around yourself so many interesting people with stories of totalitarianism, if you want to say, and then it might really be able to change your own perception. So this is very concrete thing. Ooster is a state-owned institution, which means it makes a lot of mistakes by being politicized, and it is the role of our board to see that they are doing what they are supposed to do by the law and try to balance or eliminate politicking that is always part of the situation, but to make it productive. I think that contemporary history is an essential element of civic education. Because if people are not able to think about that, then they can set into trap of all sorts of stupid populists and believe in nonsenses.
Jacques, did you want to maybe talk about the French context?
Yeah, just a footnote to the Czech case, because I happen to have studied a lot Czech, a footnote to the Czech case that has just been mentioned. I think the interesting question, and that is perhaps one way of getting a younger generation of students interested in that, is to ask the disturbing questions. For instance, what makes a democratic, developed society like the Czech society was between the wars and immediately after the war? What makes a society like that in the heart of Europe vulnerable to the totalitarian temptation, to use Jean-François Revel's phrase? And therefore, excuse me, and that is a disturbing question, because if you simply say, oh, it came from outside and it was imposed, yeah, you have an answer, and it's an answer which doesn't force you to confront the unpleasant truth, is that actually there are the inner mechanism of a totalitarian system and what makes a society, a democratic, advanced society, vulnerable to this temptation. And I will not bore you with the whole history of that, but that is an interesting thing. Related to that, and that concerns both the Czech case and the French case, is the question of intellectuals. Why so many intelligent and idealistic people fell for an ideology which turned out to be, murderers and committing terrible repression, suppressing intellectual freedom, after all, which is for. So this is also a disturbing question. You go back to Julien Benda, La trahison des clercs, the betrayal of the intellectuals, book from the 1920s. And François Furet, the historian, who used to teach also at the University of Chicago and wrote a great book, The Past of an Illusion. You want to understand how that happened. So that is one way of getting people interested. You ask the disturbing question, like the ones I mentioned, I could ask others, and you try to account for it, not just point fingers, oh my God, he was wrong. How could he believe this? Of course, you can say that, but that's not intellectually a very interesting thing. It's simply politically pointing a finger. If you ask that question, and Furet goes back, of course, to World War I. He says, you want to understand the origins of totalitarianism? Well, as a historian, he says, it's World War I. Produced this sort of duo, war and revolution. Both destroy the old system, both allow the revolutionary project carried by a minority, a small minority, to impose it. And because they are a minority, they have to impose it with very, so, and at the same time, this revolutionary project is attractive to those who don't live under it and who live far away. So that is this kind of question that is doing the history to explain some of the disturbing questions. And that is, I think, one way of doing it. At least I see in France, that is for me, for my experience, that is the best way to do it. Because unfortunately, since 1989, the question of totalitarianism had been eclipsed. It was considered as a finished question. And now the real question is, crisis of democracy. This is what gets the students, crisis of our democracy, and the whole confronting the past, the post-colonial debate, etc. So you're dealing with the legacies of empires, of colonialism, etc. And somehow the totalitarian question is being sidetracked in this context. So one way of rehabilitating it, or returning to it, is through these disturbing questions and doing the history. So an intellectual and political history of the 20th century.
Thank you. Before we open up for questions, we want to have, there's one more comment from one of the panelists first.
Yeah.
So
We have 20 minutes. That's what we have for Q&A, I thought, no?
No, it's supposed to be over.
Oh, okay, well, just,
You guys 10 to 15.
okay.
I just wanted to add to answer the more practical part of your question. So at VOC, at Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, we years ago started encouraging the establishment of Victims of Communism Day. And it was actually recognized at the national level under the past administration for all 4 years of that administration. And we keep bringing it back to show the current administration that they should want to declare it too. All administrations, this is at the the federal level, of course, all administrations since Eisenhower established it in the late 1950s have recognized Captive Nations Week, the third week of July. So this is something that for educators, they can build on that, the existence of something like that and the history of it. It does occur during the summer, but sometimes, if you're at a school where you can give a summer assignment, then report back to me when we meet in the fall. And maybe it could include interviewing neighbors who survived communism, to pick up on Martin's example from Czechoslovakia, from Czech Republic. But the other thing we've, because we're based on federalism, to go back to something you were saying is one of our virtues in the United States, We've had success at VOC encouraging Victims of Communism Day to be declared and signed into law by governors. So this has been going through state houses in various states. And there's a handful now of states that have decided November 7th, just like it was at the federal level. This is so that you're shining a light on what the Bolshevik Revolution started. All these victims of communism start with that. And so November 7th has been declared as Victims of Communism Day in a number of states, and it's a growing number of states. And then VOC has been participating with some of these same states to help them create curriculum and teach the teachers, so that if the state has, so for example, Florida has done both Victims of Communism Day and also a curriculum requirement. And it means that VOC has helped to provide and is helping to provide the ongoing certification that teachers need when they teach K-12, especially the high school level in Florida. They will be getting materials that we know are correct, and some of them come directly from us, or we're helping to vet other materials. And then those teachers can bring it into the classroom, and on November 7th, talk about, look, you've got, victims of communism. What does that mean? And let's talk about what totalitarianism means, and then go back to, again, scaling it up, scaling it down, the appropriate levels, because you can't talk about it the same way at all different levels of education. But some of that's going on, and VOC people here can tell you more about it.
We're going to go to Q&A now. Okay, good. Yes, please.
Hello again, Chris Orr, Senior Defense Center from 1945. My question's for Dr. Spalding. Elizabeth, let's talk about ancient history a little bit. 3 years ago, when I was doing my master's program in American Military University and Intelligence Studies, I did a research paper on the KGB's failed assassination attempt against Alexander Solzhenitsyn. This is when Yuri Andropov was the KGB chair before succeeding Brezhnev as the general secretary. Now, fast forward to ostensibly post-communist, ostensibly post-Soviet Russia, and here we have Vladimir Putin singing Solzhenitsyn's praises, even eulogizing him and giving Mr. Solzhenitsyn the equivalent of a state funeral upon his passing, which seems kind of contradictory when you consider that Putin himself was a KGB lieutenant colonel, and we all know that he's still KGB, he's still nomenclator at heart. So how do you explain that apparent contradiction or dichotomy in relation between Putin and Solzhenitsyn?
Yeah. Well, it's this is Putin wanting to claim whatever he can claim, right? And I mean, Stalin did this too. So, but what I would say is it means we have to teach Solzhenitsyn so that he's properly understood. And there's, first of all, read Solzhenitsyn's own works. That we know One Life in the Day of Ivan Dezinovich can resonate sometimes even with a middle schooler, depending on how advanced a reader they are. You can read it out loud to them too. I know homeschooling teachers who have done that. They've read it out loud to younger people, and it can really make the point. And that's your way in. But then it should be read, and I think, if you can, you want students to have read it a couple of times by the time they're finishing college, if they're on that kind of track in college. I would also recommend looking at essays about Solzhenitsyn that have been written by good people. And if you want to read a book on it, I think Dan Mahoney's book, Correcting the Understanding of Alexander Solzhenitsyn, is very good. And I think that it's accessible to a lot of people. And just make sure that people understand what he was doing. Some want to see him as some sort of extremist nationalist, and he wasn't. Some people see him as a crazy, religion person. He wasn't. I mean, all of these things are because there are people who were still invested in either totalitarianism, communist totalitarianism, Soviet style, or kind of late Soviet, and they didn't want to let it go. And then they want to say that Solzhenitsyn is one of the enemies, but they're not understanding Solzhenitsyn.
Yes, done.
I wanted to ask Martin what the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes is doing. Do they have a strategy for teaching at these various levels? Do they see education of young people as a priority in the way that these messages of these stories from the archives are going to be conveyed to students and a larger audience? What is their strategy?
I would say that they are still trying to find or adapt their strategies to the changing circumstances. Certainly now, we can say collectively that we know much more about the mechanisms of totalitarian oppression than in 2007, because these archives are available and many people can study them. Then students themselves can confront themselves with what Uster can produce. Uster published tens of books. So it is research, they have some sort of public relations, and they have an educational program. So they need to, I would say, be open-minded. There is a whole bunch of students, generational, a bunch of historians, older and younger. So it's also interesting to see how if someone is 35 years old and is maybe perceiving certain things differently from people of my generation, it can be transformed into sometimes vicious struggle of ideologies. But at the same time, I think the most relevant thing is dialogue. And this is what I'm trying to push Uster to. Uster is going to have a new building now because they were affected by COVID pandemics and all sorts of things. So look, for me, I'm hopeful that this institute will fulfill its mandate. And mandate is to give Czechs access to the past, that it can be transformed into fruitful reflections and not unnecessary again and again political polarization of the society. So Uster is still in process.
I propose that Uster, the Institute of Study of Totalitarian,
Yeah.
and the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and Museum create a very close bond. So we learn from each other how to do this educational task, which is really critical.
Shlomi mentioned, obviously, there is a difference between American students and Czech students. I have my own experience with American students, and my first methodological principle is not to impose on them my own knowledge, but try to depart from their own experience and to cultivate that, because obviously that's what historical knowledge is all about. And I think that same thing must be used in the Czech Republic. Young generation, people are also vulnerable to certain dangers connected with possible totalitarian tendencies. If you want me to speak about all these environmentalists, I am certainly in favor of protection of environment. But when you see all these global phenomena, things happening above our heads, so then capacity for coordination comes into consideration, and it can create a lot of dangers. And Uster has a very practical role here. It cannot imitate Ministry of Education. It should not be another institute for contemporary history, but focus on this task, how to use the experience of us with totalitarianism for the good of younger generation.
I was told that we have time for one more question. So Orlando, if you want to ask the last question, please.
I wanted to ask that everyone's to understand. When I was a high school world history teacher in the 1990s, out of 10 textbooks I had to review, 8 said that the Soviet Union had invaded Poland in 1939 to defend itself against Nazi aggression. How did that narrative prevail so quickly in our academia?
Yeah, no, I think part of it is, it goes to, we've done a better job at educating about the Holocaust and not a good job about educating about totalitarianism in general. And so that has gotten into text. It's still in some textbooks. We have downstairs, you may have gotten a chance to go through our main galleries here at the museum. That is one of our panels to make sure we're correcting that. And when we give talks here, especially to student groups, we're correcting the history of the 1930s very frequently. That, you know, World War II was brought to you courtesy of not only Hitler, but also Stalin, and let's tell you why. But they've never heard of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And then they don't know everything that led up to that, because it's not, that wasn't a one-off. I mean, there were a lot of things that led up to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And so we are very committed to that here, but you are correct. It is still taught wrong so many places. It didn't get corrected sometime after the 90s. And we have a curriculum for teachers to use and students to access. And that's part of the curriculum to make sure the record is set straight. And I think Sean McMeekin's book on Stalin's War, I would recommend that to people if they haven't had a chance to read it yet. It's a long one, so maybe summer reading or audible reading in the car.
I want to thank our panelists, of course, our audience. I'm sure there's a few folks that have questions. I don't know if we have a coffee break, another coffee break. We're going to roll right in. So maybe later you can ask any follow-up questions you have of the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jacques, thank you. Those were great comments. And Martin, thank you.
Ale prosím tě,
A to je jaký spodník, ty myslíš, že to je jako...
ne, ale já přesně
Kdy ses dozvěděl, že teda, že jsi že nemá čas,
behaviors.
in the Russia today. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. But we will, look, you can call me or write to me, and you're leaving tomorrow, it's a pity, otherwise we could have a drink, but call me or write to me. I'll be in Paris. You live in Prague, yeah?
Yep.
I'm frequently in Paris. I will also, I'm supposed to be in Budapest, in fact, in September.
All right, I
but
think we're going to start panel 3. We are delighted to have a very distinguished group of people to comment on the legacy of totalitarianism. And this legacy is all over the world in different shapes and sizes. But because we have a modest amount of time and we'd like to focus on what is a pressing issue at the moment, we are considering the legacy of totalitarianism, the case of Ukraine. So we have a distinguished panel. You've seen David around here a lot today, but he is our most active education advisory panel member. And as you know, he's extremely capable in this field. I don't know if you ever got introduced, so I will introduce you. David is a renowned author, and he has written some books. If you haven't read them, you need to read them. One of them comes to mind. The title is It Was Long Ago and It Never Happened. And these books give a perspective on what life was like if you were just a citizen of the Soviet Union and what you went through and how the totalitarian system impacted on your everyday existence. And I highly recommend these books. David was a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford. David was 6 years in Moscow as the Moscow bureau chief for the Financial Times. And he is a major commentator today on the war in Ukraine. I've seen many videos where David is speaking Russian, and somehow his transmissions are getting seen by the Russian people. So, and he has to leave earlier, so you're going to start. But Denis Belunov is a Russian who left Moscow. He was in the opposition to Putin. He left Moscow after being engaged at a variety of activist levels, leading demonstrations against the Putin regime and being part of an opposition party. He lives in Prague today and continues his activism, seeking to formulate a political entity that is somewhat of a government in exile, non-obviously opposed to the Putin regime. He has spoken loudly on the issue of the war and is in deep opposition to the war. Our third panelist is with us on Zoom, and this is Taras Kuzyo. Taras is a Ukrainian scholar that has spanned the globe with his presence in the UK, in the United States, with German Marshall Fund, and just a variety of international commitments putting forth the case for Ukraine as a free, as an independent, as a historical entity, and has written widely. I mean, I think 23 books, and he looks too young to have done that, but he's written widely on the Ukrainian seeking of independence, the relationship with Russia, and the conflict today. So if we could start with David, who has to leave early, let's go.
I have to go.
I'd like to say, please keep your microphones close to you
Okay.
and try to speak to the audience, because we've had some situations where people speaking to each other diverge from their microphones, and people sitting in the back probably have a harder time to understand. Good.
Well, can everyone hear me? Okay, good. The most stupid thing in the world, I have to leave early because the garage locks. It always closes at 5 o'clock. I was following the official program. I thought I could make it by 5. I forgot a single critical fact about conferences, which is they always run longer than you think. Anyway, so forgive me. On the subject of the legacy of totalitarianism, as Don pointed out, I have the distinction, if you want to call it that, of being probably the only, and I think this is correct, the only native-born American to have lived for 6 years in the Soviet Union. During that time, I was the Moscow correspondent of the London Financial Times, and I received, and I want to just depart from the normal rules of academic etiquette to share with you a few anecdotes about my life in the Soviet Union, because they go to the question of what did totalitarianism do to the human spirit. One incident, I was on a train and with some Soviet citizens, and in those days, this is the late 1970s, early 1980s, Soviet citizens loved nothing better than to engage foreigners in ideological debates. I got into this conversation with the people in the car, and they said, well, you know, in America, there's no democracy. The democracy only for the Rockefellers and so on. And I said, well, they said, we have elections. He says, elections. He says, they're all fixed. I said, well, look, let me get this straight. You're telling me, he said, what we have here in the Soviet Union, what you have in America is formal democracy. But we in the Soviet Union, we have genuine democracy. So I said, well, look, let me get this straight. You're telling me that when there are two candidates in an election, that's formal democracy. And when there's one candidate, that's genuine democracy. And he said, and they looked at me as if, you know, this kind of, you know, mentally handicapped pupil had finally said something intelligent. And I realized that this country is a giant mental hospital. And just to give you an example, another example of how propaganda works for people. After the invasion of Afghanistan, I don't mean to be funny either. After the invasion of Afghanistan, there was deafening propaganda that the Soviet Union entered Afghanistan to rescue the progressive government from an attack by its neighbors, when in fact the only attack was from the Soviet Union. And one day a radio commentator, a young guy, started talking on the radio about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. You have to understand, this is in the context of a totalitarian society in which every newspaper, every radio station, every television station, every lecture, every classroom repeated, every party cell repeated that this was humanitarian intervention to save, to save the Afghan government against foreign aggression. So, and here's on this radio station, this one guy saying that this is a Soviet invasion. A friend of mine was driving a car when he heard this on his radio. He was so shocked that he almost ran off the road. He was practically killed because of the impact of this word of truth against a background of universal lies. The imposition of a false reality through all the means that are at the disposal of a totalitarian regime does more than just destroy the intellect of people. It also destroys their morality. An ersatz religion creates a moral vacuum. And in that moral vacuum, the only thing that's left for very many people, including millions of people, really is the drive for power and the desire to dominate others. And that's why Putin became the head of Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. That psychological damage was not undone. It lived on in people. My friend Vladimir Vinovich was asked, is there anything left of the Soviet Union? He said, no, nothing's left except the Soviet man. Another time he was asked, is it possible to write satire now that the Soviet Union has collapsed? He was a great satirical writer about the Soviet system. He says, oh yeah. He said, because the Soviet Union was an organized mental hospital. He said, now the inmates have been told they can do whatever they want. So it's actually more funny than ever. And this sad truth is really the core explanation for what happened in Ukraine. There's a moral vacuum. The country is ruled by a small group that thinks of nothing but its own self-interest. It's widely promulgated that Putin has this desire to restore the Soviet Union. This is not the motivating factor in his behavior. The motivating factor in his behavior is to strengthen the hold on power of a small kleptocratic group. And to that end, they're willing to do absolutely anything. And that derives from the moral vacuum that was created by the Soviet experience. The most telling example is, of course, the bombing of the apartment buildings, about which I've written in 1999, that brought Putin to power. Really, for more than 23 years, I've been trying to tell the world that that was what happened, that Putin came to power, probably, I'm sorry to say, with Yeltsin's approval, with the help of a terrorist attack against his own people. Now, as we go into the second year of the war in Ukraine, we see the consequences of the total disregard for human life that was reflected in that terrorist act. The war in Ukraine, which is the main subject of which we want to talk about here, was in no way necessary to Russia. It did not even, it was not even consistent with the notion that Russia has a desire to expand its sphere of control, because the area in which limited fighting was going on in the Donbass and, of course, the Crimea, those areas were very little challenged up until February 22nd, 2022. But it had a huge effect on diverting the attention of the public from the way in the Russian public from the way in which they're misruled. When the Crimea was seized in 2014, it unleashed a wave of euphoria in Russia, and Putin's popularity rating reached 88%, virtually unheard of, with the idea that Russia's greatness was returning, and this was the first step. In fact, the reason for the invasion and the reason for the seizure was to distract the attention of the Russian people from the significance of the Maidan revolt and the ability of a people to organize spontaneously against a kleptocratic ruler. But it worked, and it was the same motivation that led them to launch a new war and renew that patriotic fervor on behalf of the regime, which time and time again leads the population to ignore the genuine conditions of Russian life. And it's that moral vacuum that was created by the experience of 70 plus years of communism that allows them to send literally hundreds of thousands of unthinking, unknowing Russian young guys into an inferno in Ukraine, and to be totally indifferent to those losses. The Russian people, all through the Soviet period, were indoctrinated with the idea that the only thing that matters is the state. The fate of the individual is not important, and that the individual only achieves significance from his role in the state. That created the conditions for people to close their eyes to the huge casualties that we're now witnessing. So it isn't, in fact, it's not only a tragedy for the Ukrainians, but also for the Russians as well. The absolute lawlessness that was created by a system in which the regime claimed to be infallible, and of course would not be limited by any law, created the preconditions for the population simply not to see that Russia is guilty of aggression. People are amazed that faced with these kinds of casualties, faced with an obvious attack on a peaceful neighbor, that the Russian people don't respond. And on the contrary, support Putin to a great extent, or if they don't support him, are at least passive. But the notion that there is no law, that the only thing that matters is the rule of force, I mean, that was inculcated in their minds for many, many years. So what has to be done in the case of Russia for the country to have a future? And I've written about this, because I'm involved in various Russian and Ukrainian forums. I've tried to make this clear to people that the cardinal requirement is the complete truth about everything in the past, beginning with the communist past, continuing with the post-communist past, especially the bombing of the apartment buildings that brought Putin to power, as a necessary precondition for a new constituent assembly to replace the one that was dispersed in 1918, capable of giving Russia a constitution based on the separation of powers. Those are the steps that are necessary to overcome the Soviet past. Until those steps of that kind are taken, Russia will remain dangerous, and we can expect a repetition of what we've seen in Ukraine, to the detriment of the Ukrainians, the other neighbors, and the Russians themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for that really excellent presentation. I think right now, I'd like to go to Taras Kuzio. Do we still have Taras on our Zoom?
Yes, we do.
Great, because Taras Kuzio has written a lot about this conflict and has written a lot about what's necessary to defang the Russian Soviet man beast that is capable of destroying a neighboring country without qualms, really. So Taras, would you please take it away?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation for this very, very important and interesting seminar.
We miss you here personally, Taras. You should know.
Yes, I love Washington, and I did work there for many years, and but unfortunately, personal circumstances in this case wouldn't allow it. But I would certainly like to maintain future contact. I'm going to start with a bit of a provocative comment, asking, how is it possible that 70 well-known Western, including many American academics, got decommunization so wrong in Ukraine? In May 2015, just a few weeks after Ukraine adopted 4 decommunization laws, an open letter signed by 70 Western academics condemned those laws. My subsequent research found that none of those academics had actually read all 4 laws. And they certainly, therefore, got their criticism all wrong because they hadn't studied the laws. These are very complicated and detailed laws. They were also duped by the author of the law, Professor David Marples from the University of Alberta, because his main goal was that he opposed the equating of communist and Nazi crimes. This has been a long-standing debate, as we know, since the 1980s in the West, whether these crimes could be compared and equated. In Europe, that's pretty solidly supported now, the equation of these crimes, and Ukraine's decommunization laws certainly did that. But of course, this is anathema to Russia, the idea that these crimes committed by the Soviet regime and communist regimes and Nazis can be equated. So they were duped by David Marples. But nevertheless, how and why did 70 academics sign this open letter without thinking what they were doing? Wind on 7 years to the invasion. And what we see happening in Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022 proves without any measure of a doubt that countries that experience communism need to go through a process of healing, decommunization, in the same way as Germany had to go through denazification after 1945. In the case of Ukraine, this has been a long process. It began under Gorbachev in the late 1980s with de-Sovietization, if you want to call it that, the first stage, then 30 years of de-Stalinization, and then decommunization in 2015 after the Euromaidan revolution. And now, since the Russian invasion, I would call it the 4th stage, which is being called either de-Russification or you could call it decolonization. Russia, in contrast, Russia is a country where the exact opposite has taken place. What we've had in Russia in the last 23 years under Vladimir Putin is the re-Sovietization of Russia. Putin is nostalgic for his youth in the Brezhnev era. In the Brezhnev era of stagnation, as it was called, most Soviet citizens had begun to pay lip service to communism. They no longer really believed it. Putin did. He joined the KGB quite late on in the mid-1970s. He was a true believer. He's also very angry. Putin should certainly go to anger management classes because he's very angry how he believes there was a Western conspiracy to bring down his beloved USSR. Based on this, on his re-Sovietization of Russia, he's created a quasi-religious cult of the Great Patriotic War. Ukraine moved away from that with decommunization to commemorating World War II. And I pose a distinction between commemorating the war and talking about the suffering and the need for this kind of suffering and war to never take place again, and the Putin's cult of the Great Patriotic War, which is celebratory. It celebrates military pomp. It doesn't care about the human suffering that took place in World War II. Especially as Timothy Snyder says, that the actual bloodlands of Europe in World War II were not Russia, they were Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine. But importantly for our talk today, re-Sovietization and the cult of the Great Patriotic War means you need a cult of Joseph Stalin. And this is probably one of the most disgusting aspects of Putin's regime, the fanning of the promotion of Joseph Stalin as the Soviet leader who defeated the Nazis, built a new empire and a nuclear weaponed Soviet Union. This requires the Putin Russian regime to forget, downplay, or excuse crimes against humanity. So you can't have it both ways. Either Stalin was a tyrant or Stalin was a fantastic hero. These are two contradictory terms. In Ukraine, he's a tyrant. 90% of Ukrainians think Stalin's a tyrant. Majority of Russians, because of this promotion of the cult of Stalin, still continue to believe Stalin was a great leader, including, by the way, young people in Russia. Now put this into context. Could you imagine a former Gestapo officer coming to power in Germany, being elected to power as chancellor? The German government then launches a cult of Adolf Hitler. School textbooks in Germany begin to talk about Hitler as being quite benign. The murder of millions of people by Hitler was no big deal because it was more important was the modernization of Germany. Well, then the majority of Germans begin to have a positive view of Hitler. Monuments are put up to Adolf Hitler. Of course, this is all not true. This is all make-believe. But exactly the same thing happened in Russia, except this was a former KGB officer came to power and became president, and he promoted the cult of Stalin. And I see absolutely no difference between Stalin and Adolf Hitler here. The response, if there had been this taking place in Germany, would have been a crisis throughout Europe. Why is the cult of Stalin promoted by Putin not promoted that crisis or that reflection in Europe? In the case of Putin's Russia, re-Sovietization, the Stalin cult, and the creation of a dictatorship in 2020, when Russia's constitution was changed, that made Putin de facto president for life. This moved Russia from the kind of Brezhnev era collective leadership to a more Stalinist dictatorship. All of this is coupled with at least 15, possibly 20 years of the dehumanization and lies and vindictive TV propaganda against Ukrainians and Ukraine as a country. Again, this has been largely missed. Before you have genocide, whether it's the Holocaust, the Holodomor, or now in Ukraine with the Russian invasion, you need a long period of time of dehumanization of the victims. And then the victims become less than human, and they are easier to torture, kill, rape, and such like. And this has been taking place in the last 10 to 15 years in the Russian media. Putin underwent and promoted the rehabilitation of white Russian emigres who had escaped to the West. Many of these in the interwar period were fascists, anti-Semites, and of course, Ukrainophobes. They denied the existence of Ukraine and Ukrainians. They adopted the Tsarist approach, which is that The Russian nation is composed of Great Russians, Little Russians, and White Russians, the Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. So Putin has taken this dehumanization of Ukrainians to a far greater level than the Soviet regime. Under the Soviet regime, the propaganda was that Ukrainians and Russians are different but close. Now in Russia, they're saying there are no Ukrainians, they don't exist. And if they do exist, they've been created as a fake people, as a fake country by the CIA, by the West, by Washington. And therefore, we need to destroy this fake identity and bring back some kind of pro-Russian, little Russianism, as it were. That was the goal of denazification. Denazification, the goal of the Russian invasion, was to basically transform Ukraine into a country resembling Lukashenko's Belarus. Denazification meant de facto Lukashenkization of Ukraine. All of these factors, re-Sovietization, cult of Stalin, dictatorship in Russia, dehumanization of Ukrainians, there's a direct link to the war crimes and the manner in which this invasion has taken place. The Ukrainian prosecutor's office and police have recorded 80,000, I repeat, 80,000 war crimes committed in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin and his lady minister who deals with children have both been indicted by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, as war criminals. I'm pretty sure further charges will follow.
Taras, I am going to ask that you stop at this point because I want to get dialogue with the
Sure.
and dialogue with
I've finished now. I mean, thank you very much.
Taras, I just want before I forget, please convey my warmest regards to Alessia, the head of the Holodomor Museum, also to the president of the Institute for the Memory of the Victims of Communism. I don't know the acronym in Kiev, in Ukraine. Please do that on my behalf. And I just want to mention to the audience, I served in Congress for 14 years in the 1980s and was on the Helsinki Commission and was very, very active with people like Taras at the time who were attacked, and we sought to defend. I lived in the Soviet Union. I speak the language. I lived as a postdoc under Leonid Brezhnev, by the way, and personally absorbed Soviet life, which it was inconceivable for an American to understand what it is like to be a Soviet citizen. I mean, it's like it's the alternate reality. It is a gigantic insane asylum, and this is hard for Americans to conceive because we don't have any experiential connection to that. By the way, I was also the founder of the Baltic States Ukraine Caucus, and in our audience is somebody you know, Marta Fedori, who was my constituent at the time in the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. And she and a few other Ukrainian American activists from Philadelphia, I don't know if you know Ulana Mazurkevich, but they really pumped me as to the need to promote a free and independent Ukraine, a nation, a people different from Russia. And that was the start of this. Today is an enormous Ukraine caucus in the Congress.
And we thank you for that. The Ukrainian American community of the Lehigh Valley always remembers you for that.
Yeah.
Staunch anti-communist, pro-Ukraine.
Thank you. Anyway, let's go on now with Denis Belunov, who will speak from the perspective as a opposition politician to Vladimir Putin.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting me here. And really, I'm honored to speak about our agenda in such circumstances. Once considering this 22 years of Putin's rule, I recall a meeting in Rome, which I attended with several Italian politicians, including former Prime Minister Giuliano Amato, who was asking aggressively in front of the American ambassador, who lost Russia? And that was kind of, you know, claim that probably in the first years of Putin's rule, he could be easily governed by world leaders, and for some signs of, let's say, respect, just be a minor partner of the United States. And we remember quite well that he was the very first leader who called George Bush
HW.
First
Bush.
Right after the attack, the terrorist attack of September 11.
No.
And
George W.
Actually, I think that Putin, during his first years, he implicitly followed the pattern then later described by political scientists who made researches on modern populism. Cas Mudde definition of populism, I think it was written in 2004, 2005, but Putin, without this knowledge of political science, quite successfully implemented these techniques of modern populists, implying that he communicated directly to the people and also had quite clear targets, and then in public enemy, which was the hated oligarchy of the 90s. And that's why he managed so quickly to gain that popularity as high as, I don't know, 65, 70% those years. And that was very impressive. And people who belonged to opposition, they struggled to compete at this point, and this implementation of populist techniques allowed Putin to virtually control the entire political system of Russia by 2003, 2004. The presidential election of 2004 were already an easy game for him. All the candidates were puppets specifically selected by the presidential administration, even in 2004. And then later, of course, it was even worse. So this implementation of populist techniques became possible and so efficient thanks to the change of media environment, thanks to this internetization and manipulation of manipulation techniques became so efficient because it was so easy to reach minds of people with those populist messages that Putin was trying to deliver. And the thing is that he, if you want to refer to Mudde's model of populism, this is very essential to mention that populist politicians don't care about ideology. They just use what suits their needs. He could be at the same time saying that famous statement that the collapse of the Soviet Union was the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. And at the same time, he was praising the times of the Tsars and the White Army and the stuff. And he was at the same time warrior for market economy and delivering leftist messages about social justice and so on. He was the best friend of Israel and at the same time endorsed anti-Semitism and some far-right nationalist groups and so on. So he could combine all this easily because he didn't care. He just used what he needed to at some moment. And what happened that after that victory against the oligarchy, he had to find some other targets. And after certain hesitations, they selected the West, because before it wasn't so obvious. And that Munich speech of 2007, I think, when for the first time Putin just labeled the West as Russia's enemy, and it wasn't taken for serious. And at this time, I would like to recall another meeting where which I attended. It was when President Obama visited Moscow, and I was executive director of Solidarność movement, and my bosses Gary Kasparov and Boris Nemtsov were invited to meet in person President Obama. And what happened is that President Obama said, okay, so well, they were trying to deliver these messages. Mr. Putin is going to be dangerous, and it's not just a game. So step by step, the world would have to face this problem of Mr. Putin and to face the consequences. And Mr. Obama said that, okay, well, what I really, my main concern was like some security problems, and if I manage to achieve some arrangements with Mr. Putin, that's okay. All the rest, guys, my sympathy is with you, but this is your business, not ours. And this is unfortunately, I think, was a big mistake, because so now we arrived to the point, and well, people mentioned paid their price. Boris Nemtsov was killed in 2015. Gary had to leave the country. Then several years later, I had to leave the country too, in 2015. And some other colleagues and friends are in prison now, like Vladimir Kara-Murza, Alexei Navalny, Ilya Yashin, Andrei Pivovarov, and many more. Unfortunately, I think that, yes, this is definitely most of all responsibility and business of Russian people, and we bear this responsibility also, and first of all, in front of Ukraine, because it's obviously our fault as well what's happening now, and we have to bear these consequences. And hopefully, with the change in Russia, we will have this unbelievable task to build bridges. As right now, I don't see it's a doable thing, but somehow next generations will have to do it. But bearing this responsibility, I would like also to emphasize on the fact that probably it's not only our business. And probably, and especially under current circumstances, I think the only hope to find a solution is it's the task for the entire world somehow. What we're trying to do now it's not government in exile because I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think we have this option to claim that we are government in exile. But what we have to do, I think, is to get together anti-Putin Russians outside of Russia.
Diaspora.
Yes, and to create a sort of legal entity, hopefully recognized by the international community. And I would say my role model at some point is Cuban diaspora in Florida, because this is amazing what those people who came in the 60s in the very poor conditions managed to build very strong and very influential community and to play an important role in the American politics. So I think we have to learn our lessons from this experience as well.
Okay, Dennis, I think we have to stop here.
Sure.
I'd like, because David has to leave early, I want to ask David if he wants to ask Taras or Dennis a particular question on what they've been presenting. I personally believe that this idea of decommunization is absolutely essential. And really, the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, Booster in Prague, is still in that mode, even though Prague is a Czech Republic is a democracy. But they want to bring out the stories of the communist past, the totalitarian past, because young people today don't in the Czech Republic don't necessarily recognize what happened, before 1989, because they were born 10 years after what have you, or more. So decommunization, denazification, Taras, that is a key to, and I think Dennis would agree, that unless these communist countries are decommunized or denazified, they'll be dangerous. David, you want to?
Well, I think the key here is, as we've been saying, is the truth about the past. It's interesting that the most important factor which motivated the opposition to the Soviet regime during the perestroika period were the revelations about the Stalin era atrocities. That's why the memorial movement became, in fact, capable of becoming the largest political party in the country if it had been registered. As we know now, the Memorial Society has been basically broken up and dispersed, and they now are reconstituting themselves in various European capitals, and I'm in touch with them. But as soon as the Soviet Union was overthrown, the whole energy, the moral energy behind commemorating the victims, documenting the past disappeared. And many of the pedestals and plinths that were set up for future monuments were just left there. So you can find all over Russia pedestals that says, on this place will be a monument to the victims of communism, but there's no monument, there's only the pedestal. And that unfortunately created the conditions for new crimes that were committed. I think the most important thing for the for post-Soviet Russia is the truth about how Putin came to power, the truth about the 1999 apartment buildings, the terrorist act that changed the conditions of the election and made it possible to put this character into power. The United States made a deliberate decision not to raise the issue. And I've actually been trying literally for decades, and only now have had success in getting recognition of what really happened. But this recognition is absolutely the key to Russia's future. It's also important in this country too, because it reflects something which is unthinkable in the American context. And people need to understand there's another context, not just our context. And it's vital for us to appreciate our context to understand the other context. It's part of the task of education that I think we face. In any case, the defeat in war has historically actually been positive for Russia. Defeat in the Crimean War led to the emancipation of the slaves. Defeat in the Russo-Japanese War led to the first Russian constitution and the limitation of the powers of the Tsar. Defeat in this war could, under the right circumstances, have a positive result. A lot of it's going to depend on the democratic forces in Russia. Also will depend a bit on us and our ability to think seriously about a part of the world that's very hard for most Americans to understand.
World War I led to
With Bolshevik well, it wasn't so much the defeat, it was the coup d'etat led to the defeat. Because once the Tsar was deposed, discipline broke down completely in the Russian army. But he was deposed because of the bread riots. But we can get into these detailed historical conversations another time. I have to leave you all, but
thank you,
Don,
David.
thanks so much, and we'll be in touch.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, David. I'd like to turn to Taras, and what is the view of Ukraine with respect to potential change in Russia? Is there any kind of hope that that will happen, or are Ukrainians convinced that Russia are just a bunch of savages and they will do their dirty deeds from now on in? What are your thoughts?
Well, there's been a concrete change between 2014 and 2022. After 2014, most Ukrainians held a negative view of Russian leaders, but not the Russian people. Now there's a negative view of both. The Ukrainians are quite surprised that Russians have not protested more than they have. And they're surprised at the high levels of support for the war. Even and they point to, for example, the hundreds of thousands of Russians who fled in the fall of last year, and many went to democratic countries like Georgia and Armenia, and even there they haven't protested against the war. So Ukrainians are quite suspicious, and that includes, by the way, Navalny, because Navalny has a very poor record on Ukraine. He supported initially the annexation of Crimea, so did Khodorkovsky. They've now changed their views, but they initially supported it. And Navalny has also, back in 2008, he supported the invasion of Georgia. So he's had a bit of a nationalist past. I think many of these Russian liberal nationalists, if you want to call it that, have now changed their views, but it still makes Ukrainians quite suspicious. The old Ukrainian proverb is that Russian liberalism seems to end on the Ukrainian border. This obsession with Ukraine, that Russians can't let Ukraine go, as it were, seems to be bigger than just Putin. And I think that's what Ukrainians obviously would welcome some changes in Russia, but they're suspicious. One key factor, though, let's remember that this war will continue in different formats as long as Putin is president of Russia. And because he has nowhere else to go now. He has to take this to the end. If he admits defeat in Ukraine, he's finished. There's no honor amongst thieves in that criminal cabal in Moscow, in the Kremlin. So if and I hope Ukraine defeats Russia on the battlefield, it's the end of Putin. I just cannot see how this so-called macho leader can remain in power. And if that is the case, then that opens up many possibilities for Russia.
Dennis, you want to comment on that? That's right up your alley.
Actually, this is a very important question because it's a question of strategy choice. I mean, some what Taras just said, and some Russian politicians in exile, including Kasparov and Khodorkovsky, they actually build their strategy referring to this presumption: Ukraine wins, Russia changes. Ukraine wins, this is the end of Putin. But in my perspective, this is not so
Obvious.
Obvious, yes. I mean, let's just make reference to Saddam's case, who after a very heavy military defeat in the first Gulf War managed to stay in power for 12 years. So probably it's not so easy. And I think we will have to face this ugly regime for quite a while, headed not necessarily by Putin himself, but maybe by some loyal successor. And this implies we have to build a strong institution of Russians outside of Russia, and then to claim that Putin or his loyal successor is not necessarily the only representative of Russian nationals.
Yeah, let's take some questions from the audience right now. Thanks. Is there any question for, yes, Dr. Edwards, our founder. Here, you got Lee.
I just would like to say that as the founder of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, that from the very beginning, we've always known that next to the Chinese, the Russians suffered more under communism than anybody else. And it's important for us to keep that in mind when we discuss this very important issue of Ukraine. And we're very pleased to have the widow of Andrei Sakharov as the recipient of our Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom, and have good contacts with the Russian victims. I know, talking with Marchenko, who was in the Gulag for some 10 years, that I once asked him, I said, how many victims of communism were there in the 20th century? And he said, everyone who lived in the 20th century was a victim of communism. That's important for us to keep in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Another question from the audience? Yes, the gentleman with the mask.
Two quick questions. In terms of the 1990s, the Clinton administration.
I think your phone is, your microphone is on.
1, 2. During the 1990s, the Clinton administration seemed to have been engaging in policies that helped the rise of oligarchs in Russia, and also the pressuring of Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons to Russia. How negative were those twin policies to the present situation? Thank you.
You want to start, Dennis?
Yeah, well, of course, they were quite negative. I mean, this war situation is direct consequences of that arrangements that were made.
Taras, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, Ukrainians, rightly or wrongly, believe they were betrayed by the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed in 1994 by the US, Britain, and Russia in return for Ukraine joining the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and giving up its nuclear weapons. When the USSR disintegrated, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear weapons stockpile in the world, after the US and Russia. In 2014, when Ukraine was first invaded, the US and UK were apathetic.
Yes.
They basically ignored. And you know, I'm not personally a fan of Donald Trump, but ironically, under Donald Trump, he did not veto the sending of weapons to Ukraine. Barack Obama did. So, so Trump is more of a hero than Barack Obama in Ukraine. 2014, Prime Minister Cameron in Britain and President Obama basically ignored those security guarantees given to Ukraine. And of course, Russia flouted them. So if I was a nuclear country like North Korea or an aspiring nuclear weapon country, I would look at Ukraine and say, well, the West didn't do too well there on the nuclear weapons issue.
Yeah, I think we need to point out that this invasion in Ukraine is also a result of the lack of resolve of the West, particularly American weakness in surrendering gratuitously Afghanistan, not responding after the 2014 invasion of Donbass and the annexation of Crimea. So we have to look in the mirror a little bit. Peace through strength is something that we believe in this museum, and Ronald Reagan understood peace through strength and didn't have wars breaking out all over the place, but did, when the wars were there, actually fought them. The Cold War was pretty hot.
Could I just add something on this, please? Yeah, I think that Russia or the Kremlin made a major miscalculation when it invaded, based on the fact that in 2014, the West imposed very mild sanctions on Russia in response to what happened. And Germany continued to build Nord Stream 2. Taking that into account, coupled with Russian typical misgivings about, Western divisions, West is weak, all of those fed into a Russian viewpoint that if they invade Ukraine, they're also going to get, like in 2014, just another slap on the wrist. It'll be no big deal. And the way this is proven is actually Russia invaded just 6 months before Nord Stream 2 was about to go online. They never believed that the invasion would end Nord Stream 2. So they never believed that the West would impose these, shall we say, Iranian-style sanctions on Russia, and then the West would send so much military support to Ukraine. This was never within the concept of the Kremlin's thinking. Now, if the West had done that same response in 2014, there probably wouldn't have been a 2022. And in 2008 as well, the West did no sanctions against Russia for Georgia. So I think all of in 2008, 2014 sent weak signals to the Kremlin about the West. And on the basis of those weak signals, Russia invaded in 2022.
Yeah, and particularly just before the invasion, we had the desertion of Afghanistan, and one of the great shows of weakness of the West in the modern era.
Yeah. Russia believed that the Ukrainian army would disintegrate like the Afghan army.
Yeah. Well, the Afghan army, I might say, disintegrated because the battle space was defined by them dying and fighting and dying on the ground, and us providing logistical support to all these outlying areas by air. And once we pulled that rug out from under them, don't forget the Afghan army lost 70,000+ people during that war, and we lost 2,500. So somebody was fighting and dying. Anyway, right now, I would like to invite to the podium our curator, and I strongly advocate you seeing the exhibit next door, but our curator from Prague, Pavel Hayek from the Václav Havel Library, is going to give some closing remarks connecting Václav Havel exhibit with our seminar today.
Hello, good afternoon. Because
your mic is on, needs to be on.
Right.
And speak into the mic.
Yes, okay. Because I'm not an academic nor a proficient speaker, I decided to put my remarks down.
You have to speak into the mic, Pavel.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Throughout the afternoon, we have had an opportunity to encounter the concept of totalitarianism, and to look at it in a broad variety of contexts. We have explored it from the perspectives of history, the present day, the politician geography, education, philosophy. Now, please allow me to outline how it is reflected in the exhibition Václav Havel from Dissident to President, which my colleagues from the Václav Havel Library in Prague and VOC and I have put together. It could be said with a little exaggeration that Václav Havel's entire life was focused on totalitarianism and its various expressions of it. It's palpable even in his early plays. When it comes to the Garden Party from the 1963 or the Memorandum from the 1965, communication is always eroded. Language, an essential means of human communication and consensus, becomes the very opposite in Havel's plays. A tool, or rather weapon, whose main aim is to confuse the speaker, to corner them, to strip them of ability to think, an absurd mirror of absurd situations, a trap that can only be escaped by passing through another trap, and very often yet more traps. From this perspective, Havel's plays are a masterclass of platitudes, false talk, cliches. In other words, the totalitarianism of language. Naturally, the totalitarianism of language is to a marked degree an illustration of societal totalitarianism, only is scarcely convincible without the other. However, if a society tolerates a critique of language, it is not yet doing so badly. In the opposite scenario, the individual becomes a plaything in the hands of society, and their living space is radically reduced and diminished. Either they submit to totalitarian power, or they resist and expose themselves to the kinds of oppression that such a stance brings. Václav Havel ran up against his application of the law of totalitarianism twice. The first time in childhood, when the communists took power in Czechoslovakia in 1948, and among the other things, decided to do away by force with what we were called former people, as the representatives of the dictatorship of the proletariat, collectively referred to private business people, to representative democrats and opposition parties, and church representatives. The second time, and this period concerns us more here, was after 21st August 1968, when a process of democratization of society, referred to as a Prague Spring, was halted to a bloody invasion of Warsaw Pact troops and subsequent occupation of Czechoslovakia, which carried out until 1989. Shortly after 1968, Václav Havel, who had vocally disagreed with the occupation, felt the full force of the totalitarian society. Overnight, he became a banned author, a dissident. His texts were barred from publication, his plays were barred from the stage. He lost his job and became an even more frequent target of secret police operation. He was under immense pressure, and yet he did his best to continue to look at the world through his own eyes, and thus continue to focus on totalitarianism. Despite oppression, provocations, and eventually repeated imprisonment, he created works that mercilessly exposed the power mechanism of society at the time. It contrasts to official proclamations about rising living standards, increasing affluence, and the economic prosperity of the state. In his crucial essays, An Open Letter to Gustav Husak and The Power of the Powerless, he reflects on a society built on an atmosphere of fear and unqualified discipline, on a society built on the profiteering and the plundering of nature and lacking deep ethical foundations. He remained faithful to his perception of the context even after 1989, when following the Velvet Revolution, he became head of state, first of Czechoslovakia, then after its split in 1993, of the independent Czech Republic until 2003. Again and again, he picked up on all signs of totalitarianism and over-simplistic thinking, and he never ceased calling for personal responsibility, honesty, and consistency. If we were to illustrate Václav Havel's essential position using just one of the exhibition exhibits, it would be definitely the sculpture by Olbram Zobek, which became known as a disappearing man, a human figure that under the weight of state power gradually disintegrated until only the feet remained it. The Citizen, as a Zobek's piece is officially titled, can however be viewed differently, as a person who disappeared only to stand again, who emerged from the ruins from his feet, and it's watching us, scared, but steadier, stronger. And Václav Havel, who votes for himself with his own life, is just such a man. In conclusion, please let me thank all the organizers and donors without whose commitment and generosity this special event couldn't have taken place. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
I think we can dismiss our panelists. You're certainly welcome to stay because our distinguished chairman, Elizabeth Edwards Spalding, is about to deliver closing remarks. Elizabeth?
On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation and Museum, I thank you for being here for this important conference on totalitarianism and for the opening of our new visiting exhibit on Václav Havel. Many thanks to all our speakers and sponsors. We appreciate your participation and we are grateful for your support. Thank you to VOC's hardworking staff and interns for making today possible. And thank you as well to VOC friend and ally, Ambassador Martin Palush, Academic Council member and scholar David Satter, and my fellow board member, the Honorable Don Ritter. The rotten core of totalitarianism is made up of an illegitimate regime and radical ideology. As Havel and Alexander Solzhenitsyn both emphasized, the communist totalitarian regime is rooted in a false ideology that itself is founded on, depends on, and requires lies. Totalitarian states do the same things for the same reasons over and over, wherever they go and whenever they are. Why? Because of what they are about. They are about deforming nature and changing human nature, rejecting God-given and natural rights, acquiring and exercising power in all ways possible through the tools of terror and fear, placing the party and state and all that entails above and before any non-relativistic transcendent source and above and before reason. They negate real freedom, real faith, and real reason. The good thing about the facts and history of totalitarianism is that they encourage some of the conditions for its eventual destruction. Corruption inevitably sets in, as we see in the nomenclatura in all communist states. Sclerosis typically follows. All the intentions and capabilities of totalitarianism are still there. So why can there be changes? In their continual denial of human nature and rights, and through their own corruption and sclerosis, the party and state unintentionally leave a window open to resistance and dissidence, as we see vividly in the Havel exhibit in the next room and throughout our museum. The human spirit, rooted in our human nature that totalitarianism seeks to destroy, wins out. Therein lies the real struggle, which Havel and Solzhenitsyn have so well described. From the start, there is resistance. We can point to many examples of courage and faith, of martyrs, babushkas, and dissidents. The resistors, the anti-totalitarians, and I think we should wear that name as a badge, grow in strength and numbers as they encourage each other and pass on the truth to rising generations. They benefit from technology, which can also assist a totalitarian regime, but then become part of its weakening. As samizdat in many formats, black markets, and people power spread. The resistors also receive help from outside in their fight for freedom. In the case of Eastern and Central Europe and the USSR, by US-led Western strength of all kinds that was applied against the communist totalitarian regime. As the ideology lays dying, which is not always evident at the time, the party and state still profess it. Many forced to live under the ideological tyranny of totalitarianism may still publicly live the lie. But late totalitarian, that great phrase of Havel's, becomes later and later totalitarian. At last, the ideology dies and kills off its shell, the totalitarian state. The outcome? The Velvet Revolution, the fall of the wall, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and much more. And then very hard work follows with great expectations, but also with no guarantees, as we see in the legacy of totalitarianism that animates today's Russian regime and government. VOC remembers, teaches about, and speaks on behalf of all the victims of communism, those in the past, those right now, and those in the future. The problem of totalitarianism is central to our mission. This conference has largely addressed totalitarianism in general, the thought, how to approach it. And we've given examples from the USSR, Eastern and Central Europe, and Cuba for the most part. At VOC, we look forward to more discussion on this important topic, including with respect to China and North Korea, and more on Cuba and other experiences in Latin America. Thank you again for coming.
Belatedly, I'd like to thank our panelists, Taras Kuzio and Dennis Belunov and David Satter, who again left early. That's it.